Can you hear me now? Y'all have been sitting here in silence this whole time. Well, hello. Y'all were not supposed to be sitting in silence this whole time. Y'all were supposed to have like all of these little boops and beeps and bops and all of this other stuff. It seems like we have missed a few things along the way. We've built all of this in less than a couple of days, so you'll have to forgive me. So y'all can hear me now. We're good? Y'all can hear? Y'all can hear me? I hope so. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a good night so far. I hope you're caffeinated. This has been a lot in just 2-3 days is what it took to put this together. But how do you do? Welcome. I'm Ashford. Some of you know me and some of you don't, but I would love to meet all of you lovely peeps today. This has been a production that has been a long time coming. We've been putting in a lot of work into this. We've made a lot of new scenes. I hope you really liked the new starting screen. I was very happy with making that one. That one took a long time. Hello, Art. How are you? And hello, Lunar. Hello, Mizu. Hello, Anth. Hello, Evie's Dream. Welcome, Dude of Dude. Hello, Kyle. How are all of you little peeps? And hello, Anth. How are you? Nah, he's not locked up today. We needed him for too much technical work. We can't just let him be locked in a box. Not today. Of all the days, not today. There's too many things that could go wrong with this that I cannot afford to have him locked in a box. No matter how much havoc and chaos he may wrought upon this stream. But yes, welcome. I hope... if I'm completely honest, I really hope that this goes well. We've been working on a lot of SCP projects over the past couple of months, and building all of this we've been working on over the past couple of days. It has been absolute chaos. This has been absolutely nuts. This has taken a long time coming to get it even remotely workable. But I think we've pretty much got it built now. Shh. 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 Stop that. Don't bring up my number. Don't bring up my number here. We're not talking about that. This is not... No, Anth. How dare you? Don't bring that up here. Don't get me in trouble. Don't bring attention to the cat, which does not tell his designation. People don't need to know that. None of y'all need to know that right now. Just have some tuna. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Have some tuna. It'll be okay. You can just have that. But yes, we have a splendid stream planned out for you guys today. There's a lot of new stuff that I'm going to be working with. This is just the beginning. This actually isn't 100% complete. As I said, I've only been working on this a few days, but I think you will all be thoroughly impressed by what you get to see here today. And this is, as I said, just a small taste of what's to come. We're going to be reading through 6 different SCP files today to get you up to speed, to kind of give you an idea of what you will have to be wary of here at the Foundation. So I advise everybody grab your favorite drink, grab a nice snack, and sit and chill and relax for a while. But before we hop into that, how is everyone today? How are you? I hope you're well. I've said that repeatedly. It seems like zombies rubbing off on me if I keep repeating myself. The things I put myself through. But yes, are you prepared? Are you excited? Do you like what you see here? This is probably the most lackluster screen of them all so far. I'm glad to hear that you're well, Mizu. And Art. And Anth. Yes, there was food today. There probably should have been more food today, I'm not gonna lie, but there was food today. He's been feeling kind of ill and under the weather. But it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Just fine. But we have some fantastic things lined up for you today. And this is going to kind of test what's going to be coming out in the very near future. Not only as far as like SCP content and stuff like that, but this level of production quality we're hoping to put into pretty much everything we work with. Why, hello, MT. How are you? I hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. How are you, my friend? Still like the background, but I'm a sucker for glitchy effects. Oh, just you wait. You're not prepared for what's next. Now, I do have to warn, nothing is set up to the stream deck, and there are no alerts. Because we're having to rework the alerts for SCP streams. So there's no alerts today. So sadly that means the cards are not in effect today. I do apologize, but like that's just... I'm a cat, I don't even have thumbs. What do you expect me to do? But we will be working with what we have today. But there will be a lot more coming to the SCP streams, as well as a lot more coming to the other streams in the near future. Blame the SCPs for the lack of alerts. Indeed, we had a couple of emergencies earlier today that I was having to handle and deal with, and it wasn't pleasant. Caused a lot of chaos. Well, aren't you polite, Lunar? Well, I expect you to take a nap. Haha. Warning, this cat ain't family friendly. Oh, that is absolutely true. It'll be more so the SCPs that aren't family friendly than myself. I don't delve into such vulgarity as often. Except for when we say shit. Like poopy. Oh, everybody absolutely loves it when a cat swears. I don't know why. It seems like a silly thing to be entertained by, but I know Zombie laughs at it every time a cat swears, so I guess y'all are in good company. So, let's go ahead and start things off, shall we? Let me go ahead and show you what we're going to be looking into today. We are going to be covering 6 phenomenal SCPs in varying ranges of... I guess difficulty is what the word is. Difficulty to contain, difficulty to deal with, difficulty to try to ground every once in a while. What was that? Why are there noises? That needs to not be a thing. Anyway, that was pretty fast timeout for a cat without thumbs. I have my ways, I have my ways. Well, let's see. Let's try this again. I'm developing a twitch here. I've been sitting here talking this whole entire time and not a single soul could hear me. Let's fix a couple of things here. I knew there was going to be something that was going to cause problems. So, let's make sure we fix that. Now everything should be good. Everything should be fine. Ta-da! Okay. Okay, so for everybody today, what we're covering are some classic SCPs today. I even had this whole thing about do not reference SCP-426, but apparently everyone's going to reference SCP-426. So, I wish you luck. I wish you well. But our SCPs tonight are SCP-426, SCP-239, SCP-939, SCP-1048, SCP-297, and SCP-591. We're going to be covering some classics today that are going to be leading us into some newfound territory later on down the line. See, the SCPs are playing with the audio tonight. Apparently so. This is what I get for not making sure everything was properly put away and contained. So sue me, I like to play with SCP-999 every once in a while, and he occasionally likes to unplug things. He's a precocious little scamp. But hello, everybody. And hello, Kami. Remember, Luigi, all toasters toast toast, but do they really? See the SCP. Hey, who said you could use my picture for SCP-297? Oh, wait till we get to that one. There's a... Oh, my soul hurts just thinking about that one. But we're going to get into it. We're going to have some real fun with that one. That one will get you in trouble on YouTube if you show the image of it. So we're not going to show it on stream, but trust me, it's an interesting one. But this is what we're covering tonight. Ta-da, here are your files. Here are what we will be going after. And here's hopefully what will not be going after all of you once you have the proper knowledge on how to contain it and how to deal with it. SCP-1048 looks like one of the rejected products from when I learned from when I interned at Wondertainment in my youth. You worked for... I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you indeed. I must be wary of you. Oh, we're getting into something with 297. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jesus Christ, or something's getting into you if you're not careful. But yes, a couple of things before we kick off, giving y'all the list of what we're going to be going through. As I've already stated before, this is the new style of content that'll be added to the channel, but this will not be the only thing we do. We will still be doing live streaming, playing games with your lovely neighborhood zombie. We will still be doing a lot of other updates coming to the channel. This is just the beginning of all the new stuff that's coming. There's going to be a big announcement soon. And it's going to be really big. It's going to have a lot of pluses and negatives to it, but it's a announcement that needs to be made relatively soon. And that'll probably be later this week. It'll explain a lot of things that have been going on. A lot of things have been going on with Zombie lately. So, just be warned, there will be a big thing, and it's going to be channel altering in a massive way. But for the most part, good things will come. So don't worry. Good things will come eventually. But, let us go ahead. Let us hop into our first SCP of the night. Let's tackle SCP-426. Hello, everyone. Wait, why am I all the way over here? Why have I moved? Ashford. Why do I move today? Thank you. A little bigger. Oh, wait. Yeah, that works. Why, hello. Okay, so here we have SCP-426. SCP-426 is going to be probably the strangest one we covered tonight. Well, no. No, it's not. It's going to be the strangest one to talk about because of how we have to talk about it. It's going to be a trip. If you can avoid doing detail with this object, by all means, please do so. Do not torture yourself by being anywhere near the vicinity with this object. This is... Don't ask to do tests on it. Don't do tests on it. Don't do anything with this. Ignore this one if you can. If anything comes up with this one, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Just get rid of the paperwork. Shred it up. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell a soul. The O5 Council will never know that you disobeyed any orders. I beg of you. Why did I move is a question I frequently notice cats asking themselves when they slide off the couch right before they pretend they meant to do it all along. We always mean to fall off the couch. What are you talking about? We don't ever fall. We roll off the couch and make a glorious entrance upon the floor. And it's alright, Lunar. A light jab for a light jab. No, me? No, absolutely not. It's Ivan keeping secrets from the O5, not me. You can blame Ivan for this, not me. Don't blame me. I didn't do nothing. I am just a simple cat. You know, see, look. Okay, so note to self, stop licking things after I've been working with hazardous chemicals. That just never ends well. It always tastes nasty. It's not a good idea. But yes, tonight, our first SCP is going to be SCP-426. Item number SCP-426. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. I am to be sealed in a chamber with no windows through which I may be viewed. The door to my chamber must have a label completely unrelated to my designation or identity in order to prevent unintended spread of my primary effect. Only level 3 and above personnel are to know of my presence and particularly of my properties. Assigned personnel are to be rotated out on a monthly basis to prevent contamination by my secondary effect. Psychiatric evaluation is mandatory at the end of the month. If personnel are deemed unaffected, they may be reassigned to me no less than 4 months after their last rotation with me. Any affected personnel are to be given a Class C amnestic and transferred to a different site. Description. Hello. I am SCP-426. I must be introduced this way in order to prevent ambiguity. I am an ordinary toaster, able to toast bread when supplied with electricity. However, when any human being mentions me, they inadvertently refer to me in the first person. Despite all attempts, there has yet to be a way to speak or write about me in the third person. When in my continuous presence for over 2 months, individuals begin to identify themselves as a toaster. Unless forcibly restrained, these people will ultimately harm themselves in their attempts to emulate my standard functions. I was discovered in the home of redacted family after the gruesome deaths of 3 of its members. It had been given to the younger Mr. and Mrs. redacted, as a wedding gift. No card or any other identifying markings had been found on my box. Approximately 2 months after the family received me, fire crews were dispatched to the home due to an electrical fire. The younger, Miss Redacted, died from the electric charge that she had caused when attempting to devour an electric socket. This is why we tell kids not to put their tongue in a light socket. Do not put your finger in a light socket. Do not put a penny in a light socket. Do not pretend that you are a toaster, because I am a toaster. Wait. I am not a toaster. I'm a cat. You cannot bother me, you toaster. I refuse. The other 2 victims had died shortly before the fire occurred. The elder Mrs. Redacted had gorged herself with nearly 10 kilograms of bread before her stomach burst and she died of internal bleeding. Jesus Christ. Talk about carbo loading. The younger Mr. Redacted died of severe blood loss after attempted redacted with me. Wait. Oh, that's just nasty. The sole survivor was Mr. Redacted, the elder, who was suffering from severe malnutrition. He stated that he had inserted some bread a week prior and was still waiting for the toast to pop out. I was confiscated by the Foundation after police noted my unusual properties. A Class C amnestic was administered to the affected officers. Jesus. How can one little toaster cause so much trouble? I'm now cutting carbs out of my diet. We don't need any bread and jam for here. Jesus. See, this is why I don't want you messing with toasters. Don't play with toasters, kids. You don't need them. Just put it in an oven. Put it in the microwave. Just to eat it as is. Toasters are evil now. But we have experiments with this toaster. Why do we have experiments with this toaster? That guy did not properly know how to make toast. He didn't. You know why? He forgot to plug himself in. Probably should have followed the missus' lead, but that probably would have ended very well for them either. A sad day for him. Buttered toast. Ooh. Buttered toast with a hint of tuna would be delicious right about now. We have some experiment logs to go over with this. Why did we need to experiment with this? We already figured out what it did. We don't need to know any more about it, but here, let's try it. Experiment log 426-1. Date expunged. Subject D-Class personnel D426-1. Procedure D426-1 was asked to describe what he believed was contained in my chamber. He was not informed about my identity or properties. The D-Class stated, I'm probably some huge monster holed up in there. That's what you guys have all over the place, right? D4261 remained oblivious to his use of the first-person pronoun. Experiment log 426-2. (426-2) was placed in my chamber and given regular meals through a dispenser. No communication with D-Class was permitted. Multiple cameras were situated in the chamber, positioned so that I was outside of their field of vision, but allowing constant observation of the D-Class. We remained sealed until my secondary effect manifested in the subject. I was bolted to the floor so that I could not be moved into a camera's view. After 45 days of isolation, the D-Class wrapped his arms around me, began conversing with me, stating that we are brothers. The D-Class never deviated from using the first-person plural when speaking with me. The subject was terminated 1 hour after this event. It is theorized that the isolation accelerated the progression of my secondary effect. He just wanted a hug. You could just let him hug the toaster. It'd be fine. Just let him hug the toaster, man. It's warm. You ever sat next to a toaster? I saw the house cat around here sitting next to a toaster one day. Terrified the hell out of me. But then I thought that cat had to be brilliant. Experiment log 426-3. Procedure. A screw was removed from me and shown to the D class, who was asked to describe it. The D class was not informed about my identity or properties. The D class referred to it as my screw. Consistent with experiment 426-1, the subject was oblivious to his use of the first person in his description. This suggests that, even if I were destroyed, its effects would still be inherent in my remains. It is quite toasty indeed. That was quite clever, I'll give you that. Quite clever indeed. Experiment log 426-4. D-Class was placed in isolation in a cell adjacent to my chamber to be observed until my secondary effect manifests. No effects appeared. D-Class was terminated 90 days after the start of the experiment. Thank God there are some limits to my effects. A lot of us are really starting to get worried about me. So, this is how you contain him. You put him in a nice box, and you put him away, far, far away from everybody else. Make sure nobody knows what he is. Make sure there's no labels. Put nothing out there. Do not touch random toasters. We don't need to get into the incident where we randomly found him outside in the break room. There were a lot of decommissionings that day. It was a sad day. I liked Charlie. He was such a good scientist. But that's neither here nor there. So I have a question. What would you do if you just randomly came across a toaster delivered to your house with no labels, no nothing, but a compulsion to make more toast than usual? What would you do? What would run through your mind? Would you welcome it in as brothers, or would you just have yourself a piece of toast? This is probably one of the weirder SCPs I think I've ever covered, that I've ever read, that I've ever dealt with. A sentient toaster that's not really sentient. Open a toast shop. Now that sounds fantastic. But literally, a toaster that's just, I am a toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster. Just constantly just remembering that you are a toaster. Thinking you are a toaster. There are other far scarier events that happened with this toaster, by the way. There was someone who decided to take an electrical cord off another device, strip its cabling, get it straight down to the copper wiring, attach it to itself, and then he plugged himself in. That crazy bastard survived. The amnestics for that were high cost that day. Oh, I know they get even weirder. But just one that makes you think you're a toaster. That just seems so bizarre to me. And I've covered some creepy shit here before. I've covered some weird ones. Covered some sad ones, too. Let's look into our next one, shall we? Moving right along. Our next major SCP we have to cover is going to be SCP-239. Now, you need to get your tissues handy for this one. I'm telling you, I swear you're going to want them handy. Because this one is a tearjerker. But it's such an interesting story. The potential for this is absolutely limitless. Oh, toasted cheese is good, and I don't cook, so hey. So hey, what does it matter to me? True. You can always make yourself some Cheez-Its. Homemade Cheez-Its. I need to tell Zombie to make homemade Cheez-Its. That's gonna be delicious. Before we get into the next one, can you imagine that? Can you imagine having your entire sentience hijacked Buy a fucking toaster. I mean, we cover a lot of stuff here in the SCP Foundation. There's a lot of stuff that'll hijack your brain, but like a toaster. Can you imagine like just being like hijacked by a toaster? That's what you are now. You could be hijacked by a dog and turn into a pupper doggo. You could turn out like me, be an amazing little cat with awesome swanky things you can do. You could turn into... Will you stop beeping at me? You could turn into a plethora of things, but no, the thing that you're going to turn into is a toaster. Your entire lot in life is now to make toast. That is your existence. Your existence is just to make toast for people. It'll be a rather electrifying situation to encounter. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, what's the difference between that SCP and a toaster on TikTok? Honestly, not a lot now that I think about it. Just kind of horrifying. Like the worst kind of way. But seriously, the more I think about it, the more I lean into that, the more that I let my brain just wander on that. You just become a toaster. That's it. That's your lot in life. You are just now a toaster. And that is everything you're going to do. Your entire existence is now revolving around bread. Which, don't get me wrong, I love to carb load myself, and the amount of sandwiches I can eat in a day would make a grown man blush. Just saying. We get that tier 3 sub. But just a toaster. I can't. I don't know. No. I'm glad I'm a cat. Y'all can deal with a toaster. I'm sorry if y'all become a toaster, but I bet y'all will enjoy being a toaster. It'd be an absolute excellent experience. You'd always be warm. And that everybody can always get behind. You're that warm, toasty feeling, as they say. Looks like we get this next one up for you. Where did I put it? Here we are. Our next one of the night is SCP-239. And I don't think you're quite prepared for it. As I said before, grab your tissues. Grab anything else you could possibly need to make your night just a little bit better. Think happy thoughts, because you're going to want them. SCP-239, aka the Witch Child. This one's a doozy. Item number SCP-239. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-239 is to be kept within a one-room cell furnished with one bed, one EKG machine, and one IV to be filled with pentobarbital, mixed with data expunged, to be refilled daily. Under no circumstances whatsoever is SCP-239 to be removed from her containment area at any given time. The walls of the cell are to be coated in a telekill lead alloy. Only Class 2 personnel are allowed any contact with SCP-239 at any time. All personnel guarding SCP-239's containment area are to be equipped with telekill headgear. SCP-148. Subject's proper name is Seguros You're going to have to forgive me. I cannot pronounce her name properly. Stephens Doter. Doter? Under absolutely no condition should the subject ever be awakened. Any personnel found attempting to awaken the subject will be immediately terminated. And thank you, Justin. I'm going to take that as a compliment. We're going to take that as a compliment. SCP-239 appears to be an 8-year-old girl, 1 meter in height and 20 kilograms in weight. Subject has shoulder-length blonde hair. Upon closer inspection, the subject's eyes shimmer a gray-green shade. Subject seems to emit a previously undiscovered form of radiation, which has been named data expunged. These waves seem to be harmless in low concentrations, but in higher concentrations they could break down matter on a subatomic level. SCP-239 seemingly has the ability to do whatever she expresses a will to do. Put simply, the subject can do anything that she truly wants to do on a basal psychological level as long as she is conscious. Fortunately, she only seems to be able to affect herself and her immediate surroundings. Therefore, if she can see it, she can change it. It would not be the most prudent course of action, however, to try to test how powerful she can be. She seems to be able to create and affect living matter. For example, when a D-class personnel accidentally caused her harm, she just simply wished him away. Fortunately, when the subject was made to feel guilty for what she had done, she wished him back. SCP-239's self-preservation instinct makes her virtually invincible while she is conscious. Subject's skin cannot be punctured by anything except SCP-148. As a method of controlling the subject's ability, she has been told that she is a witch. This, besides improving morale greatly, makes her believe that she is unable to use her abilities outside of pre-approved list of spells given to her by the SCP Foundation. This will hopefully prevent any and all attempted escapes. However, the subject is to be kept calm at all times to prevent any subconscious wish of harm to herself or others. The origin of SCP-239. SCP-239 came to the attention of the Foundation very soon after her birth in Data Expunged. Approximately 3 hours after subject's birth, Data Expunged Hospital was destroyed by an unexplained explosion. The press was informed that it was due to a gas leak. SCP teams were dispatched shortly to search the site for any abnormalities. The only living person they were able to locate was SCP-239. For the next 8 years, the subject was raised under SCP care. You literally know that the kid caused an explosion of an entire hospital as a baby, unable to do anything on its own, a baby, and you brought it home. Okay, that sounds absolutely brilliant. That's gonna go so swimmingly well. I need to go say goodbye to my litter box. If they keep bringing things like this home, I'm going to die. As of Data Expunged, subject is to be kept in a medically induced coma until further notice. This decision was made by Data Expunged. SCP-239 is permanently contained in Site-17. Note from Dr. Data Expunged, dated 12/26/2004. Who the hell thought it would be a good idea to tell her about Santa Claus and then tell her that it was just a story? Now we have another potential SCP to deal with, but we can't catch him because he's magic. Do you know how hard it is to catch a fat red man running around in a freaking sleigh powered by magic reindeer who can just summon gifts indefinitely for anybody he thinks is naughty or nice? Do you know how hard it is to get rid of this? Do you know how hard it's going to be to capture this? I swear to God, when I find whoever decided to tell them the story of Santa Claus, I'm going to put them in a box myself. No. We're going to put them on 173 cleaning duty for a week. By themselves. That's how that's going to work. Dr. A. Clef's report. My analysis of the situation has led me to the conclusion that SCP-239 is an unacceptable containment and security risk. Although several proposals have been made, RE using her for containing other SCPs, the example of SCP-953 and others must serve as a stark reminder of the risks of overestimating the Foundation's ability to control SCPs with reality-altering powers. Let's be honest, it was probably Dr. Bright. Oh my God. I could see that. We're going to put... Oh, I swear to God. It better not have been Bright. I swear to God, if it was that bastard again, I swear we're going to put him... Ooh, no, we're going to put him in a wood chipper. At least 30 times. Just keep bringing him back, wood chipper. That's him. We're not even going to let him deal with anomalies anymore. He's just going to go in the wood chipper. If he told them about Santa Claus, I swear to God. Because it would be Dr. Bright, of all people, who would do it. I can't remember his name right now. If I remember correctly, I think it's like Dr. Shaw is who Bright's being replaced with. I would therefore like to make the following proposal. A piercing implement will be constructed of SCP-148, capable of penetrating SCP-239's otherwise impenetrable skin. This tool will be used to kill SCP-239 while she is asleep and her powers are neutralized. Because of the danger of SCP-239 awakening and resisting termination, it is my recommendation that the selective operative carry SCP-668 as well, in order to minimize complications. One of the dangers of this procedure is the possibility of SCP-239 will awaken and perceive the operative as a friend or good person, thus changing reality to match. It is for this reason that I would like to volunteer to carry out the procedure personally. A review of my personnel file should indicate that my data expunge should allow me to carry out the operation even after a reality shift of this nature. So, we need to reevaluate Dr. Clef, because that's kind of scary. I get his worries. As I said, I was worried about the baby form coming in and just blowing up my litter box, but at the same time, that's a little dark, my dude. That's kind of rough. That's kind of like, damn. We kind of need to watch him. Everybody just keep an eye out for Dr. Clef, Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, there have been several instances of things going wrong with SCP-239. There's a long menagerie of things that have gone wrong with SCP-239. You can't tell them anything. They are now in a permanent state of cryosleep, with people wanting them to be terminated because they have all the optimism of a child. They have all the optimism and imagination of a child. because they are one. But at the same time, they are the most destructive child on the planet. Whatever they want, it's theirs. Having an adult with that power would already be horrifying enough. Just imagine you have food, and that's great. Imagine you have a car, that's great. You decide you don't like somebody someday. Don't even gotta worry about the mess, they're just gone. See, that's already bad enough, but now you have a child. A small child who doesn't know any better. Who just wishes something to happen. And it does. They throw a temper tantrum. And the world could end in a matter of seconds. To me, it sounds horrifying. Having anyone with that kind of power, but having a child with that is just not fair to them. It's not fair to the child. They don't know. They don't know any better. They don't know what to do. Hell, they've been told, hey, look, you're a wizard, Harry. And not to be confused with a hairy wizard, mind you. That would be me. But no, you're a wizard, Harry, and now, bam, you can evaporate anything that you want into existence within reason. But for them, there is no within reason. They just can. And they're being punished for it. I feel there has to be a better way. What would you do? What would you do? Would you be on the side of Dr. Cliff thinking that this is something needed to be removed from existence? Or would you keep them in a coma? Or would you try to train them? Because there is a moment of trying to train them to capture SCPs that goes very, very wrong. But could you be the one to fix it? How would you handle a moment like this? What would you do? Are you talking about God? There are some stories that people like to float around with SCP 343 and the Witch Child, but it's just a story. It's never been an actual experiment that happened. It's been something that people have wondered if they could do. There have been fears of actually introducing the child to SCP-343, because if you introduce them to God and they wish them away, what will happen? There are some questions with that. There are some questions with 3812, and I find some of them to be plausible. See, as a child, the brain can be molded. Use some good old-fashioned cult-style brainwashing. She'll be good to go. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, and the Foundation is pretty good at that kind of thing. You know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and boom, they're doing everything that you ever needed. Probably cancel out each other's powers. If you're talking about SCP-343, it depends. Don't tell her to erase the world. For one, as of right now, we think that's out of her scope, or at least that's what we're hoping. They molded 999 with SpongeBob. Hey, I like SpongeBob and I love SCP-999. If that's all it takes, just let... No, no, no. For the love of God. I just thought about that. It's like, just let them watch some SpongeBob, they'll be fine. No. No, I don't need a million sponges screaming around, I'm ready. For the love of God, no. And you're grounded. I don't care if it was my idea, and you're grounded. You're absolutely grounded. You're grounded today. That's it. You're just, I'm going to make a note of that, like, right here. Just going to make a note of that right here, and just, you're grounded. You're just grounded. That's it. And hello, Rabbit Dude. How are you? I hope you're well. Probably the only entity capable of neutralizing her. He's too mentally disturbed to be reliable. I'll say that's true. That's true. There's been people who think that they could neutralize him, but that is absolutely true. It's like, can you actually get him to do so? And God is considered to be an omnipotent reality bender. But at the same time, the child is a reality bender that seems to be affected by nothing. Oh, I said it was. I said it was my idea, but even though it was my idea, you gave me the idea, so you're grounded. Oh, we have a grounded command. Oh, I love this. Shaman is a man after my own heart. Thank you. Why, hello, Minty. How do you do? Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. How are you? You have some coffee? Do you have tuna for me? Do you have tuna for me? I would appreciate it. It'd be so nice of you. For me, this is one of the saddest stories, though, in all of SCP, because this is a child that has no control over anything in their life and is just now permanently locked in a coma, a state of non-existence while existing. Why, hello, I'm Ashford. And Z is taking the day off. You have salmon. Oh, now that's the good stuff. So the question is, are you going to share? You really should share. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, see, dude understands. Dude understands. Dude knows what's up, Anth. You're trying to offer me tea. I guess you're double grounded now. You just get to be double grounded. You offered me tea. I didn't want tea. Dude understands what I need. And so does Minty. See, these peeps know how to appease a cat. I appreciate you. I'm assuming human peeps. I can't really tell behind a computer screen. I have to look at some files later. But yes, to everybody coming in, welcome. We are having a day with SCPs. I am your host, Ashford. And I will be your guide to a lot of wonderful, yet horrifying, and or bizarre things. There will be content warnings involved. There are some not nice things in this list today. No, I do not hunt rabbits. I gotta admit I'm too lazy. Ugh. Ugh. And just thinking of all the fur. Ugh. No. We stick to fish. Fishitarian. I'm telling you, you're double grounded. You're double grounded. You offered me tea. We don't do tea here. There is no tea in this house. No. Even as a cat, I don't want tea. Not usually. I don't really need to eat either. I just like to. I've never really needed to, but I've always enjoyed doing so. There's many tasty things in this world you can eat. And again, I'm lazy. But yes, don't worry. I'm not gonna hunt the rabbit. The rabbit's fine. You are fine here. You can chill, rabbit dude. You can chill here. You can sit down. You can hang out. You can chillax with us. You can have some coffee. Food is pleasurable. I understand. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Pescatarian. Yes, that's it. I feel like today I have the brain of a goldfish. Ah. But yes, this is one of the sadder stories for me because a child who's currently locked in their own existence just due to the circumstances of being born. They are locked in a perpetual state of nothing. In a lot of cases, even stated that they're not allowed, that with the amnestics that they are given to keep them sedated, they can't even dream because their dreams could cause more reality warping problems. And that just gets worse. So locked in a perpetual state of nothing. Like, that has to be a nightmare. But at the same time, it can't be a nightmare. Because they don't even dream. No, I like Mondays because I get to take a nap. Monday is nap day. But I guess with that, we'll get on to our next one. Ah, now this is one I like. Okay, rabbit dude, I'm going to give you a heads up right now. I will not hunt rabbits. This will hunt anything. So I should probably warn all of you. This will hunt everything. This one is not friendly. But look at him. He's so damn cute. Our little ketchup-colored pupper doggo. This is a favorite of mine. This is one of the earliest ones I can remember enjoying. Actually, no, I've enjoyed several more than this one before it. But this is one of the first ones that like I wanted to know everything about. At least they never told her about the world of Dark Souls. Jesus. Never told her about Peter Pan either, because imagine just being told all you gotta do is believe you can fly. Jesus. Surprised wasn't grounded first, given I've already made a terrible pun. How did I miss this? What did I miss? Or do you deserve to be grounded, Kami? Oh no, that pun wasn't the worst I've heard today. We don't need to ground Kami. Not yet. I stuck in limbo because she quite literally entered the world with a bang. Oh, and what? No. That's so awful. You know, thinking about the Dark Souls thing, though, I had an idea. Somebody should tell them about Pokemon. I want that to be a thing. Somebody tell this child about Pokemon. Go wake them up and tell them about Pokemon right now. I'll cover the O5 Council. You go wake them up, tell them about Pokemon, let them be up for a couple hours, make lots of Pokemon, put them back down for a nap. It'll be fine. Just don't show them Arceus. We'll be okay. Just show them a couple of things. You know, Pikachu, Clefairy, Charizard. You know, Charizard will be fine. He's fine. He's perfectly safe. Maybe show them a giant death dragon that is Rayquaza. That would be fun. I want to ride that. Somebody go tell them about this so I can ride Rayquaza around. No, we don't tell them about Vaporeon. That absolutely does not get to exist. That doesn't exist because I know how many people in this foundation exist. That would probably take too much pleasure out of that. Absolutely not. I will not allow the degenerates of this freaking foundation to see a Vaporeon. Not even once. That is not allowed. I refuse to allow it. you've lost your damn mind. You have arrived after building 3 megacities. I want to build a megacity. Why, hello there, Blake. How are you? I think, if I remember correctly, Z has an update for you after stream. I think he said it was important. One ditto away from a massive site issue. Could you imagine? Now imagine this now. Giving Dr. Blight's amulet to a ditto. That would be absolutely horrifying. That would be a travesty. That would be a scary thing. No, that's not allowed. We're not allowed to have that. No dittos and no being near Dr. Blight. Dr. Blight can't be near most things. Or as he's now called, Dr. Shaw. It's not allowed. Can't have it. Or we could not do anything of the kind, but it would be so much fun to tell the child of the ditto. And then watch chaos erupt. So this is why I'm not allowed to play with things either. I'm not allowed to play with things because when I do, I think of bad ideas. And bad ideas are fun. I'm just saying, wouldn't you have fun with it? But it could be great. Hey, as long as she doesn't isekai me into S and K, it'll be fine. Yeah, that would suck. Oh, that would suck. There is a Pikachu SCP. I've heard of this. I think while we're on the screen, before we hop back into things, I have been secretly tracking something. I think I found some new anomalies. Some anomalies based on some things that you may know and love very well and quite dearly. We've been trying to keep away from the public information about these SCPs, but we have some that are quite interesting. We won't be talking about them much here, but they will be coming into our video files very soon. We are going to be looking into a very interesting plumber who has been very difficult to contain. We're going to be looking into some pocket-sized monsters that should be a sight for sore eyes for some, as well as we have a little pink puffball that we have to do a heavy balance of keeping happy while keeping away from absolutely everything in the vicinity or facility, just to prevent the end of the world. But we have more on that later. It should be an interesting time. I'm very excited for it. But enough of that. Let's get into our next SCP of the night. This is one of my favorites. This one's a lot of fun. This one's horrifying. And I hope to God none of you have to meet it in a dark alley. Because, Lord, if you do, you're going to be... well, you won't have enough time to be depressed. You'll just be dead. Unless you're like me and you decide to pet it. Then you'll be dead, but you'll be dead and happy. Indeed. You know exactly what we're talking about. So let us get into the next one. SCP-939. Affectionately dubbed by many as the Ketchup Doggo. Look at him. Look at all those teeth. Look at that face. Look at that smile. He's fantastic. Love him. He is my little buddy. I will pet any hairless dog that I decide to pet that don't take that out of context. Watching you. But I will pet any dog I damn well please. They cannot stop me. Better men have tried. But look at him. Look at that smile. Look at those glorious, beautiful eyes. Look at those amazing, spiky locks. Just look at this boy. I love him. I absolutely love him. He is phenomenal. So, how about I tell you all about him? It's highly unrecommended to pet it. I want to pet it. Therefore, I will pet it. I want to pet it. I'm gonna lick my paw in preparation. Get it nice and clean for him, and we're gonna pet the dog. We're gonna pet the doggo with a nice clean paw. Just just pet. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Are we still here? Please, oh God, tell me we're still here. I just saw that go absolutely ballistic. We must boop the demo doggo snoot. You're absolutely right. See, Kami gets it. Kami knows. Kami knows the rule. You boop the snoot and it's fine. Boop the snoot, it's all okay. Just boop the snoot, it'll be fine. Demon doggo too powerful for OBS? Probably so, but I do not care. If the feed gets cut, it probably ate me. Wish me luck. Item number SCP-939. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-939-1-3-19-53-89-96-98-99 and -109 are to be kept in cell 1163-A or 1163-B. A 10 meter by 10 meter by 3 meter containment chamber within Armed Biocontainment Area 14. Both cells are environmentally regulated and negatively pressurized with walls constructed of reinforced concrete. Access to these cells is regulated by an outer decontamination chamber and inner gas-tight steel security doors. Observation windows are constructed of laminated ballistics glass 10 centimeters in thickness, protected by a 100K volt electrified mesh. Humidity is maintained at 100% at a temperature of 16 degrees Celsius. Specimens are monitored at all times via infrared cameras. Level 4 authorization is required to access SCP-939, their containment areas, or the observation chambers. SCP-939-101 is dismembered and stored in cryogenic preservation tanks 939-101A 2-939-101M within Bioresearch Area 12. Access to SCP-939-101 requires authorization by 2 Clearance Level 3 personnel, one of which must be present for all research and testing. The contents of only one 939-101 tank may be accessed at any given time. Core temperature of SCP-939-101 tissues must be monitored while removed from cryogenic preservation. Should core temperature exceed 10 degrees Celsius, tissues are to be returned to their corresponding tank and all testing suspended for a period of 72 hours. Barring core temperature exceeding 10 degrees Celsius, research of SCP-939-101 101 tissues may continue as long as its ramblings and pleas for release may be tolerated. He literally goes to pieces on you as he cries for help. Containment cells should be cleaned bi-weekly. While this takes place, SCP-939 specimens will be transferred to the adjacent cell. During this time, the cell's door and observation window must be inspected for damage and repaired or replaced accordingly. Heavy sedation of all SCP-939 is required before any interaction, including transfer between cells and experimentation, may take place. See document 939-TE4 for transfer and experimentation protocol. Level C hazmat gear is to be worn by personnel during interactions with SCP-939 specimens and in any areas which SCP-939 have been known to inhabit. Afterward, standard decontamination procedures are to be observed by all personnel involved to ensure no secondary spread of anesthetic agents occurs. Following Incident ABCA14-939-3, all non-Class D personnel interacting with SCP-939 for any length of time are required to wear 2 waterproof electronic pulse monitors for the duration of such interaction. These pulse monitors will transmit a wireless monitoring system independent of a facility's main power grid, with at least one backup power system on standby. Should both an individual's pulse monitors flatline or otherwise malfunction, the wearer will be presumed dead. Personnel instructed to disregard all of the wearer's subsequent vocalizations and/or cries for help, and a breach of containment declared automatically. Security personnel responding to such a breach are likewise required to wear these pulse monitors. Additionally, all live SCP-939 must be implanted with subdermal tracking devices upon capture. So much for my pupper doggo. Why they gotta put him through so much chaos? SCP-939. My brain stopped for a minute. Please excuse me as we recalculate here. Description: SCP-939 are endothermic pack-based predators which display atrophy of forgive me, guys. Display atrophy of various I swear I can read. I know I'm a cat. I know I shouldn't read, but I swear it is within my comprehensive skills to do so. I can read all the words. I am a fancy cat. Description: SCP-939 is an endothermic pack-based predator which display atrophy of various systems similar to troglodytic organisms. The skins of SCP-939 are highly permeable to moisture and translucent red, owing to a compound of chemically similar to hemoglobin. All the words indeed. SCP-939 averaged 2.2 meters tall, standing upright, and weigh an average of 250 kilograms. The weight is highly variable. Each of their forelimbs end in 3-fingered claws with a 4th opposable digit and are covered in setae. That's not that word, but apparently it is, which considerably augment climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, devoid of even vestigial eyes or eye sockets, and contain no brain casing. The jaws of SCP-939 are lined with red, faintly luminescent fang-like teeth, similar to those belonging to specimens of the genus Chaloidus. Chaloidus? Chaloidus, that's it. Up to 6 centimeters in length and encircled by heat-sensitive pit organs. I'm sorry, every time I see one of these, I just think it's a fancy chupacabra. Eye spots, sensitive to light and dark, run the length of their spine, spined dorsal ridges. These spines may be up to 16 centimeters long and are believed to be sensitive to changes in air pressure and flow. SCP-939 do not possess any... I swear I can talk. Give me 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 second here. Hydration is important. Okay. SCP-939 does not possess many vital organ systems, central and peripheral nervous system, circulatory system, and digestive tract are all absent. SCP-939's respiratory system is atrophied and serves no apparent purpose beyond spreading AMNC227. See below. SCP-939 have no apparent psychological need to feed, nor any way to digest consumed tissue. Ingested material typically accumulates in the respiratory system of SCP-939 and is regurgitated once the amount is sufficient to markedly inhibit its function. Despite the absence of many vital organs, SCP-939 is capable of bearing live young. See Addendum 10-16-1991. Essentially, they're titans shaped like doggos. SCP-939's primary method of luring prey is the imitation of human speech in the voices of prior victims. Through imitation of other species, and active nocturnal hunts have been documented. SCP-939 vocalizations often imply significant distress. Whether SCP-939 understands their vocalizations or if they're repeating previously heard phrases is a subject of ongoing study. How SCP-939 acquire voices is not currently understood. Specimens have been documented imitating victims despite never hearing the victims speak. Analysis of SCP-939 vocalizations cannot distinguish between 939 and samples of the known victims' voices. The use of biometric voice recognition security or identification systems at any installation housing 939 is strongly discouraged for this reason. Yes, all you need to do is have a password that is vocally accepted, just saying tacos next to one of these things, and it runs forth just screaming tacos at the mic, and there it goes. It's out the door. Prey is usually killed with a single bite to the cranium or neck. Bite forces have been measured in excess of 35 MPa. What's the point of eating? What's the point in eating if it just gives you asthma with extra steps? Honestly, good question. Maybe they're like me and they just enjoy food. I can see that. See, I have more reasons to like this dog. We can eat together and be fine. SCP-939 exhale minute traces of aerosolized Class C amnestic. Great. Now I'm going to get to take a nap and forget why I'm here. Designated AMNC227. AMNC227 causes temporary anterograde amnesia, inhibiting memory formation for the duration of exposure, plus an average of 30 minutes. It is colorless, odorless, and tasteless, with an estimated ECT50 for inhalation of 0.0015 milligrams. In well-ventilated or open-air environments, risk of exposure to ECT50 is greatly reduced, but not negligible. AMNC227 is typically undetectable in the bloodstream 60 minutes following cessation of exposure. Reported sensations of disorientation and mild hallucinations immediately following removal from the environment saturated with the agent are similar to recreational use of numerous psychoactive substances and easily mistaken as such. AKA, don't get pulled over after dealing with this guy or people are going to think that you're getting high. One sec. Note 0323-2005. This report pertains to Morphology Alpha. For information regarding Morphology Beta, see Redacted. Experiment Log 914. Why am I a cat? Why are you not a cat? I think that's a good question to ask. But hello, I'm Ashford, and we're having a special event stream today. I hope you're well. I hope you're also well caffeinated. AMTF NU-7 After Action Report Redacted. Addendum 11/14/1981. A log of radio traffic between capture teams during initial contact with SCP-939 is also available. We'll be going over both these notes today. Addendum 04/11/1982. Due to SCP-939's intense aversion to bright light, it has been deemed a minimal risk of escape. Standard fluorescent hallway lighting is sufficient to deter SCP-939-1 from leaving its darkened cell. Immediately after this is crossed out with Addendum 0920-1991. We will be getting into that one in a moment. Addendum 0629-1987. Preliminary research into AMN-C227 suggests potential for use as a general-purpose anesthetic, or amnestic, Methods of mass-producing the agent, as well as possible adverse effects, are being investigated at Biocontainment Research Site 6. AMN has been approved as of 10/03/1990 for use as a Class C amnestic. Projected annual production at Bioresearch Area 12 by SCP-939 respiratory tissue cultures is expected to surpass 3 liters. This has immediately been pulled again. Addendum 0920-1991. Containment of 9 SCP-939 specimens has been compromised following a Silent Night breach scenario at Biocontainment and Research Site 06. Nearby civilian settlements have been evacuated on the pretense of a coming storm. Recovery teams have been deployed to the area. Addendum 10-16-1991. Redacted. In light of this, all interaction with SCP-939 from September 8th to October 7th in the Northern Hemisphere or March 6th to April 4th in the Southern Hemisphere is strictly forbidden. No male specimens of 939 have yet been identified. Redacted. Contain a Class B amnestic. Redacted. See reproduction of SCP-939. We will be covering that in a moment. Final Addendum 0220-1992. Effective immediately, use of AMN-C227 as an amnestic is suspended indefinitely. Consult Incident Report AMN-C227-939 for further information. We will be getting into each of these. So, for fun times, in our first note, experiment log 914. Here's where we're going to be going through the morphology beta for this creature. Hello, Junie. How are you? Experiment log 914. Note to all researchers, please include your name on all records along with the date and total number of items refined. Researchers are responsible for all output. Should damage or loss of life occur, research will be subject to administrative review and possible disciplinary action. Biological testing has been suspended. Any biological testing must be cleared by O5 command. Let us grab the test log for this one. Sec. Okay. Test log with SCP-914, which is the refinement machine. 5 adult SCP-939 specimens. Test cleared by O5 command. 1 adult SCP-939 specimen was placed within SCP-914 on each setting. Setting was put at rough. Output, a mass of bone splinters, broken teeth, and scraps of translucent red tissue in various sizes. Tissues were observed to twitch erratically for several hours before activity ceased. Material preserved for further study. Setting, course. Subject was divided up into organized piles of tissue, including but not limited to, presumably, muscle tissue, 2 piles of ground bone tissue. The significance of this division, if any, is unknown. Teeth, skin, a total of approximately 17 meters of esophageal tissue divided into numerous coils, and approximately 15 kilograms of rotting human flesh littered with splinters of bone, shreds of fabric, and a tattered laminated ID tag identifying its owner as D-Class 9355. As with the first test, SCP-939 tissue was observed to convulse for several hours before ceasing activity. SCP-939 remains preserved for further study. Human remains incinerated. Setting, 1-to-1. Output, redacted. Setting, fine. Output, the same SCP-939 specimen. Respiration was noted to have halted. Test subject was immediately relocated to a reinforced concrete containment chamber and observed remotely via CCTV. Installation security forces were ordered to high alert. 24 hours passed with no signs of activity from the subject. Subject proved unresponsive to all stimuli and was pronounced dead 36 hours later. Necropsy was unable to identify a cause of death or any anatomical revisions attributable to SCP-914. Remains preserved for further study. Setting, very fine. Output, a heap of smoldering white ash. I don't know why they wanted to put this thing in the clockwork machine. That sounds like a bad idea. I mean, I get it. It makes fancy things, but that just sounds like it's going to end horrifically. And apparently it did. Poor demo dog, right? They just put my poor pupper doggo in the machine, and it turned, like, they turned him into pieces, and they turned him into finely organized pieces. We don't know what happened to the 1-for-1, but it could not have been good, though I have assumptions. And then they throw him on the finest settings you possibly can, and he just incinerates. So putting any SCP inside would be a bad idea, but you know, y'all go off. I mean, we've had some good results here and there. I just don't want to be put in that machine. We're not putting me in that machine. Do not put the cat in SCP-914. I'm watching you. Initial contact log for SCP-939 was quite an interesting day for the Foundation. The following is a transcript of radio traffic between a on-scene commander, Trapper Home, and subordinate fire teams Trapper 1, Trapper 2, and Trapper 3 of Site Redacted Tactical Contact Security Force designated Trapper during the initial contact with and recovery of SCP-939. Trapper was deployed to the outskirts of Redacted on October 28, 1981, following the disappearance of a Foundation field agent. The agent was investigating a number of localized missing person cases, as well as the loss of contact with several law enforcement officers dispatched to investigate these cases in the area. I am now quite curious as to how you know that, Minty. Are you using the magic of the spooky month? Begin transcript. Trapper Home. That timing, though. Alright. Let's get those comm checks, people. Those field masks were giving your Vox a hell of a time last time. Agent Washburn. Trapper 1 lead. Trapper Home. Trapper 2. Trapper 3. This is 1. Radio check. Over. Agent Michaels. Trapper 2 lead. Lima, Charlie, 1. Agent Shandrick. Trapper 3 lead. Gotcha, 1. Trapper Home. All stations, I have you loud and clear. Be advised your teams are go for entry. Trapper 1, weapons tight. Trapper 1. Solid copy, Home. 3. Stand by with Home. You know your job. 2. Keep your team tight on my flank after we breach. Trapper 2. Copy 1. Trapper 1. 1. Stack up. Members of Trapper 1 can be heard acknowledging Trapper 1 lead's command. Trapper 1. Execute. Trapper 1 lead. Alright. The water charge goes in 5. Water charge detonates. Stairs, front, clear left. Door, right. Right side clear. Overhead's clear. Thompson, on me. Cross, room clear. Trapper Home, Trapper 1 and 2 reporting no contact. 2, secure that passageway. Mark your territory. And then follow my team down. Keep an eye out for our man and call it when you come down. I don't want any blue on blue. Solid? Trapper 2. Copy 1. Trapper 1. Hoskins, you've got point. Roger that. Moving up. Trapper Home, this is 1. Be advised, we are moving further into structure. Down a ladder wall. Over. Solid copy. 1. Proceed. Over. Members of Trapper 1 can be heard calling out doorways and landing as they move further downstairs. Agent Washburn. Trapper Home, be advised, I'm starting to smell something rotten down here. It's pretty strong. Something's been dead for a while. Stand by. Team, halt. Home, I'm looking at some shredded clothing down here. No bodies, just the clothes, and nothing that looks like our man. There's the cop. Hoskins. Jesus, man, look at that. It looks like something just took a huge bite out of that vest. Home. Lock it down there. Washburn, get back on track. Agent Washburn. Copy home. Trapper 2, watch yourselves. Something around our position has an appetite. And it looks like it's got a pretty mean bite. Agent Michaels. Solid one. We're almost done up here. If our agents here... I swear I can read! Tracking the demon dog and you say, mark your territory. Man, these guys are wild, right? Sorry, completely broke character there. My voice was shredded. Give me a sec. Solid one. We're almost done up here. If our agent's here, he's down there with you guys. We'll be down as soon as a muffled human voice is audible through Agent Washburn's Vox feed. Unintelligible and distant. 1 and 2, freeze. From an unknown source. Help me! Jesus Christ! Somebody! Agent Washburn. Home. 2. I think we've got our man. Hustle up, people. Trapper 1 can be heard moving quickly through the structure. The cry for help is again audible. Washburn. Home. We've reached the source of the noise. We're about to get our agent back. 2. Have Doc prep the trauma bag. This guy sounds like he's in bad shape. Hoskins, do it! 2 shotgun reports. Sound of door slamming on floor. Immediate sustained gunfire. Washburn. Home! Contact! 2! Get the fuck down here! Roland, pull back! Hoskins is down! Shit! Roland, on your right! 2! Hurry the fuck up! 1. What the hell's going on down there? Gunfire ceases. Trapper 1, sound off! Agent Washburn shouting off comm. 2, get the fuck down here! Hoskins is down! Hurry the fuck up! Agent Michaels. Copy 1, Harrison. Thompson, you're coming in with me. Gabardi, stay with Doc. Trapper 2 can be heard acknowledging Trapper 2 leads order. Agent Michaels. Home. 1. Be advised. 2 is en route to 1's last position. Agent Washburn can be heard cursing over Agent Michaels' Vox feed. Agent Michaels. 1. Be advised. Your radio's not broadcasting. I can hear you, but your... Jesus Christ! 2! Engage! Engage! Immediate sustained gunfire. Thompson, pick up the slack. Loading. Gun up! Guys! Pull it back down the hallway! Harrison, suppress that doorway! Grenade! Explosion heard. Gabardi, Doc. Get the 60 set. We're coming up. Trapper 1's gone. I'm dropping gas. Mask up. Gas! 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 Sorry. Ah, I cannot help myself. I cannot be trusted, guys. Agent Michaels. Coming up the stairs. Agent Harrison. They're slowing down. Get 3. Home. We've deployed VX and need 3 down here in MOPP for cleanup. Set up Deacon. Agent Shadrick. Roger. 2. We're already on our way. Shit! Gunshots. Oh my god. Agent Michaels. Whoa. Nice shot, Gabardi. Home, we've got an unconscious one. We're going to need a mobile containment unit. And medical support for the candidate. I think it's sucked down some VX. I'm not hearing any more movement down those stairs, Home. Trapper Home. Copy 2. Stand by for link up with 3. Extricate the candidate. And hit decon. We're done here. End of transcript. Yeah, their first interaction with this thing was absolutely catastrophic. But yes, their first interaction, they were completely blindsided by thinking that they were hearing their friends and hearing their compatriot that they needed to go and save, and instead it just turned on them. And this is why you're not allowed around these things. Invest in what? And let's go back here. Now here's where everything gets wild, though. After getting it back here to the containment center, and where we could actually work on it, go over it, and find out that the amnestics for it were really, really bad for us, we started to discover something horrifying. They have a way to reproduce. 939-00-62, reproduction of SCP-939. On September 25th, 1992, SCP-939 gave birth following a gestation period of roughly 12 months. Litter SCP-939-A contains 6 specimens numbered SCP-939-A1 through SCP-939-A6. SCP-939-A1, A4, and A5 were male, while A3 and A6 were female. SCP-939-A2 was stillborn and immediately cannibalized by SCP-939-1. SCP-939-1 made no attempts to interfere with confiscation of its offspring. Vivisection of SCP-939-A1, A3, A4, and A5 found them to be morphologically and genotypically indistinguishable from healthy human infants. The remains of SCP-939-A1 and A3 are kept preserved in biological material storage units 939-026-C and 939-026-D, respectively, within Bioresearch Area 12. Remains of SCP-939-A4 and A5 were incinerated. They keep incinerating my pups, and I'm getting angry about this. SCP-939-A6 will be transferred to Redacted for observation as it matures. It will undergo monthly physical examination, supplemented with any additional measures deemed necessary. Document 939-A6-16, transfer of Dr. Redacted. Entire document is redacted. Note: 03-16-1997. After overhearing numerous conversations between personnel, SCP-939-A6 has come to believe its name is Keter. Given the marked positive effect on its mood, staff are advised to neither encourage nor discourage this assumption. Both its mental and physical development have remained consistent with human norms. They gave him a name. I love it. We're going to call him Keter. Document 939-A6-33, Emergency Medical Log, SCP-939-A6. At approximately 2,000 hours, SCP-939 began acting increasingly unsettled. When questioned, it reported a sense of malaise. Breathing was observed to be rapid and shallow. SCP-939-A6 was escorted to the medical ward for further examination. Heart rate was measured to be erratic, averaging 190 beats per minute. Jesus Christ. No further anomalies were observed. SCP-939-A6 was administered a benzodiazepine and returned to containment. Probable panic attack. Trigger undetermined. Date: 01-10-2001. At approximately 430 hours, SCP-939-A6 reported the same symptoms accompanied by a mild headache and aversion to light. Examination returned identical results to the previous day. SCP-939-A6 instructed to rest, administered a sedative, and returned to containment. Why, hello there, Toast. How are you, my friend? I hope you're well. Date 01/24/2001. Symptoms outlined above persisted for 2 weeks before intensifying. SCP-939-A6 destroyed the lighting fixture in its enclosure and was found to have assumed the fetal position underneath its bed for 140 hours. A6 staunchly resisted leaving its chamber, requiring it to be carried to Area Redacted's medical ward. It complained of a severe headache, intense aversion to light, hypersensitivity to auditory stimuli, intense chest and abdominal pain, and uncomfortable warmth, commenting that it hurt too much to cry. A6's core body temperature measured to be 41.2 degrees Celsius. Technicians were unable to locate a pulse. Got food, so it's gotten better. Food is good. Piece of toast. Who missed the toaster? What a tragedy. You did miss the toaster. There is a toaster. Beware the toaster. Don't become a toaster. I am here for becoming D-class personnel. Where are the sexy SCPs? I mean, look at the screen. Look at this sexy boy. Him Bibbork all the way home. We got you, fam. He even does impressions. But hello, Joel. How are you today? I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good night. Ah, yes, the toaster is absolutely always watching. It's almost like Wazowski. Always watching. Ah. My night has been stressful, but I am home and ready to chill until tomorrow. I feel that. Boy, do I feel that on a molecular level. Anyway, technicians were unable to locate the pulse. MRI indicated redacted. A reinforced concrete containment cell was immediately prepared for SCP-939-A6. The cell's lighting was dimmed and a large basin full of water provided at its request. Date 01/26/2001. SCP-939-A6 immersed itself in the provided water basin and remained inactive for a period of approximately 41 hours, at which point it began violently tearing at its skin. It displayed a considerable amount of distress upon realizing its skin was sloughing off, but appeared unable to stop. At 2,236 hours, Dr. Redacted reported SCP-939-A6's head detached itself. By 2,240 hours, it appeared morphologically identical to, albeit much smaller than, SCP-939-1. So yes, our pupper doggos come from what used to be pupper peoples. SCP-939-A6 has been redesignated SCP-939-101 and will be transferred to Bioresearch Area 12 for further study. Document 939-101-77. Audio log 939-101-A. Access to Cryogenic Preservation Room 939-101 granted to Dr. Redacted. Access to CGPT 939-101A granted. SCP-939-101. Excuse me, mister. Why are we here? It's bitterly cold, and we would like to go home now. We're very late for our bedtime. We're very sorry. We didn't mean it. SCP-939-101. Have you seen our pictures? We like drawing. Daddy hung them on the wall, except for sometimes when the others in white coats took them away. Daddy told us not to draw pictures like those. They made him sad, so we did our best to draw other things. But sometimes we forgot. Sometimes Daddy hid the pictures or ripped them up. He told us it wasn't that he didn't like them. He said it was to keep us safe from the mean doctors in the white coats. But then the doctors took Daddy away. SCP-939-101. They made us get shots and told us to forget about Daddy, but we're scared of needles without Daddy around. We didn't forget Daddy. Daddy forgot us, though. We think it was the doctor's fault. Daddy wouldn't forget about us, would he? SCP-939-101. They gave us a fake Daddy and told us it was real Daddy, but we knew better. The doctors made us get more shots. They kept telling us fake Daddy was real Daddy, but they couldn't fool us. We told them it was wrong to lie to us just like Daddy told us, and then they stopped lying. SCP-939-101. They made us be by ourselves, but they gave us paper and pencils and paints and told us we could draw whatever we wanted, so we did. Sometimes we drew Daddy. Sometimes we drew what Daddy told us not to draw. The doctors took all our pictures. SCP-939-101. Sometimes the doctors in the white coats and the people with the big black shirts with lots of pockets and helmets that carry bent windows and... what did Daddy call them? I forgot. They walked with us down the hall for our checkups. We didn't like those. SCP-939-101. Sometimes we had to lay in a dark place and be really, really still. Daddy would tell us stories. We didn't always understand them, but we liked them anyway. There were stories about places that didn't have ceilings, where up was forever and the ground wasn't white. We think it's silly. Everywhere has ceilings, doesn't it? After the doctors took Daddy away, we didn't get to hear stories anymore. SCP-939-101. Then we didn't feel good. The doctors made us get lots of checkups, and we think they got scared, so we got scared too. We had a really bad headache, and the lights bothered us, and so did noises. We wanted to find lots of cool water away from the bright lights until our headache went away. SCP-939-101. They let us be in the dark and gave us lots of water, but the water made us itch all over. When we scratched, sometimes our skin came off. We were so scared. We kept asking for Daddy, but he never showed up. SCP-939-101. Eventually, we didn't have any skin left. But it was okay. We didn't need it anymore. We stopped itching after that. The light stopped bothering us so much, and the headache went away after our old head came off. Lights still bother us, but not as much as they did. We don't see right anymore. SCP-939-101. We got so hungry. It was bad, but we ate our old skin and our old head. It tasted good, but it was still bad. We were still hungry after that and asked for food. They gave us food, even our favorites, but none of it tasted right to us. All that tasted good was one piece of meat. We asked for more of that. SCP-939-101. They locked 2 people in the dark with us. We asked them not to, but they didn't listen to us. We weren't hungry for a while after that, but we're hungry now. SCP-939-101. We're very sorry. We know lying is wrong. We didn't mean it. End of log. Footnotes. Several researchers who participated in the vivisection subsequently requested Class B amnestics. It should be standard policy to grant these requests after all relevant data has been collected. O5 Council. Well, Jesus. So our pupper doggos were originally human doggos. They start off as human babies. And then they grow into small children. Their skin falls off, their head falls off, and they lose their shit. I still want to pet it, though. But damn, that was far darker than I remember. Well, thank you, Explosive Werewolf. I do hope all of y'all are enjoying this, by the way. I don't know if I'd be good enough to do an audiobook, though. I mess up my own words during this, as is. I don't think I'd be very good at audiobooks. But I find it to be an amazing compliment, though. And I wear it with praise. With pride. Excuse me. I can't talk today. But how are you? And how are you, Zach? I hope you are well. The perfect voice actor. I don't know if that was sarcastic or not, because I think I felt like I kind of flubbed the kid's voice a bit. But Jesus. That was kind of a rough read. I know I said The Witches was the most depressing one, but that one I think actually hurt. So after that, how are you guys holding up? Before we jump into our next one, though, how are you guys holding up? I hope you are well. I hope you're having a good night. I hope you're having a good day so far. I hope you're enjoying these tales, these stories, these events that have unfolded. Oh, it was very dark. You see big angry dog thing that hunts in packs and mimics human voice to try and lure in its prey, and you don't think that it comes from a small child that can talk, that has thoughts, that has wants. You don't think of it as a child, you think of it as a beast, and then you find out, oh boy, it hits a whole nother level. But I do hope you're enjoying Storytime. I also hope you're enjoying the new layout. For everybody who's missed some of the things with the layout, we have some new fancy things here. Here, let me talk with you guys for a minute. We have implemented a lot of new fancy things here, and I am very excited to show them to you. This isn't even 100% complete yet. I had something happen today that slowed me down dramatically in finishing up the last bits and details. But there's way more to come, not only to this, and to come to video content, but we're also going to be updating a lot. Oh, I did literally just miss a toaster. You did miss a toaster. You legitimately missed a toaster. You missed SCP Object -1, but not -1. Yes, you miss a toaster. It is horrifying, to say the least. It's actually quite horrifying to run into. Storytime is always fun. Well, I'm glad y'all are enjoying this. I've been wanting to do this again for a long time. The Thing of Terrors. The Thing of Nightmares, indeed. Though I wonder... Okay, so we have toast. We have Forgotten Toast right here. My question is... Toast, are you a sentient toast, or are you a sentient toast eater? Because Depending on your answer, you could be quite the experiment. But we have made many things. I'm gonna be like honest with everybody here. Okay, so like I have to say this. I have to be honest about a thing here. Okay, like okay. So this is my favorite thing of this whole thing. I know this is the silliest thing. But this is my favorite part of everything that I built. With Joel's help, of course. Look at this. I love this. I get to hide off in the corner. I get to be a silly cat. You don't see me. Blah! And then you see me. I absolutely love this. This makes me very happy. We worked really hard on this. We put it together. I think this looks amazing. I think this looks so professional. I'm very excited with this. We've been working on a lot of this kind of stuff. It's Peekaboo with Ashford. It is. And hello, Splat Kitty. I am also a kitty. How do you do? Ashford is very talented. I just helped him with small direction. All praise goes to the good kitty. No. You still have to have a lot. But I do hope that y'all are enjoying this and you like all this stuff here. We worked very hard to make a lot of this stuff for you guys. A lot has gone into this production and making it smooth and fun. I wasn't trying to scare the cat. My bad. We also have stuff like... Wait a second. Let me make it work. Swap this for that. We also have different ways of transitioning between scenes. It lost its mind. There we go. That was a first. On the gum rainbow. I'm actually not familiar with the gum rainbow. What is the gum rainbow? I have these screens here that show everything as they show up. Note that transition is very loud. I did not know that transition was loud. I know what it's supposed to sound like, but I can't hear it through here. Let's see. Because that's something I'll definitely need to remember. Yeah, it doesn't even give me an audio input for that, so like I literally don't... I'm going to have to figure out a way to control that. We'll work on a way to control that. So we'll go back to the other one for now. But yes, couldn't hear during testing, but now that I can, it's good, just very loud. I'll have to find a way to like turn that down, because I thought like the audio for it was pretty good, but I got to turn it down some. So we'll go back to the old one for now. But yes, wow, there are a lot of you peeps here. Hello. I hope you all are well. We're about to get into our next SCP here. Our next one on the docket is actually going to be another favorite of mine. I should never admit that out loud, but it absolutely is a favorite of mine. We're going to be talking about SCP-1048, aka the Builder Bear. This was a lot of fun. People have heard me talk about this before, and people have heard zombies talk about it on stream quite a bit. But we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff with these. This one's a lot of fun. This one has a lot of info to give you. Person behind the screen. Hello, you popped up in my feed, so I thought I'd check it out. Well, hello there. I hope you're well. Here, let me introduce myself properly. Welcome. My name is Ashford, and I'm a cat. And we're pretty much going to leave that at that. We can't let anybody in the higher-ups know about me as a cat. But I am here on behalf of Zombies Go Nom and the Zombies Go Nom network of things and stuff and peeps. It is a pleasure to meet you. We do a little bit of everything here. You've actually come in at our debut for a new style of content that'll be happening on this channel. We will be having more SCP-based content, and it'll be coming to you very soon. We also do live streams, usually by a human who goes by the name of Zombies, who plays a lot of video games. He plays horror, he plays Splatoon, he plays indie titles, Nintendo games. He's a little bit all over the place, but hopefully you'll enjoy that. He also is obsessed with coffee. But there will also be more streams like this, as well as we're going to start making actual regular video content based on SCPs. So if you like that sort of thing, it's a pleasure to meet you. And if you don't like that sort of thing, well, it's still a pleasure to meet you. I'm just sad we might not see as much of you. But as long as you will be here, we will be happy to have you. It was one of my former favorite SCPs. Current favorite is SCP-3935. Ah. And I am a cat. That's an understatement. Well, yes, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you, though. And to anybody else who's new here, it's also a pleasure to meet all of you lovely peeps. I hope that you are all having a wonderful night. But let's go ahead and get into our next set of SCPs. The next one on the docket, it's an absolute classic. All of these are classics. These are all old classics. But this is one of my absolute favorites. This is one that I even know the zombie used to obsess over for a very long amount of time. The next one we will be talking about is going to be the Builder Bear. SCP-1049. He is a spooky one indeed, not gonna lie. And he does some catastrophic things. But it's part of the reason why I love him so much. It said SCP-1049. It's SCP-1048. Excuse me. I know better. Gum Rainbow. Popular candy-like item in the realm of light. Description: the gum ball. The gum rainbow is a plain gum, all that has absorbed the flavors of light. Side effects are cravings of light bulbs. That sounds illuminating. I'll see myself up. But yes. On to our next one here. Introducing SCP-1048, the Builder Bear. Sounds great for a light stack. I gotta hand it to you, that was pretty good. Okay. Now this is a favorite, but I gotta give everybody a warning. I'm supposed to actually have a warning screen here, but I don't have it. So we're gonna give everybody a quick warning. This is very important. This one is not for the squeamish or faint of heart. It's a fantastic one. But it is one that every researcher, every ounce of security, and even every D-class involved in our foundation should know about, so you can protect yourself from what roams through the halls. Item number SCP-1048. Object class, originally safe, now marked Keter. Special containment procedures. Originally, SCP-1048 was currently free to roam Site-24 as it posed, or seemingly posed, no threat, and had been observed to greatly improve the morale of personnel that it interacted with. But now, the whereabouts of SCP-1048 are currently unknown, though it is still believed to be somewhere in Site-24. Subject is to be secured for containment, but any creation of SCP-1048s should be destroyed on site, unless further evidence warrants less extreme actions. No teddy bears are to be allowed in Site-24 to prevent any confusion or mistaken identity. Any object that resembles a teddy bear is to be reported to the security team immediately. Yes, I know what it sounds like. I do know what it sounds like. But this is not a joke. We have no idea what SCP-1048's full capabilities are. We have no idea how many of the damn things are out in the world right now. This is very bad. Description. SCP-1048 is a small teddy bear, approximately 33 centimeters in height. Through testing, composition of the subject revealed no unusual qualities that make it discernible from a non-sapient teddy bear. Subject is capable of moving of its own accord and can communicate through a small range of gestures. The subject regularly shows affection to individuals in ways found endearing by most people. Affection is usually given in the form of a hug to the lower leg, but subject has also been observed dancing, jumping in place, and in 2 separate events, it has even drawn childlike pictures for janitorial staff. All Foundation personnel that have interacted with the subject have responded positively to its affection, even D-class with normally sociopathic tendencies. Attempts at direct communication with SCP-1048 have not been considered successful. Though it is capable of simple gestures to indicate a yes or no answer, it will often not react to lines of questioning concerning its nature or where it originated from. It is not known if this is because SCP-1048 simply does not know the answers, or because it does not want to answer at all. Though capable of drawing pictures, it has not used its art as a form of communication beyond showing affection, even when encouraged to do so. The more anomalous behavior of SCP-1048 was not observed until approximately 7 months after it was originally secured. It is hypothesized that the subject is able to construct crude replicas of itself using various materials by a process that has yet to be observed directly by Foundation staff. Dr. Carver has suggested that SCP-1048 uses its endearing qualities to lull those around it into a false sense of security, allowing it to collect materials to produce these creations. Currently, there are 3 known creations of SCP-1048, designated SCP-1048-A-B and -C. The nature of these creations has been in stark contrast to SCP-1048's general behavior, as all have exhibited extreme violence towards humans. These are the next 3 things you're going to want to pay the absolute most attention to, everyone. These dangers and hazards are far scarier than you can imagine. On date expunged, SCP-1048-A was discovered wandering Site-24, accompanied by SCP-1048. Subject resembles a teddy bear similar in size and shape to SCP-1048, but it is made entirely out of human ears. There's a whole new meaning to the term "I'm all ears," dear God. Witnesses interviewed reported that it appeared SCP-1048 was giving a tour of Site-24 to SCP-1048-A. Dr. Carver was called to the scene along with a security team. The security team arrived first and attempted to contain SCP-1048-A. Subject emitted a high-pitched shriek that inflicted intense pain in the eyes and ears of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like growths immediately began growing on those within 5 meters of the subject, covering their bodies in less than 20 seconds. Every person afflicted with this symptom died within 3 minutes, resulting in the death of expunged personnel, including the entire security team. Autopsies revealed the cause of death to be asphyxiation caused by an abundance of ear-like growths manifesting in the mouths and trachea of all victims. SCP-1048 and SCP-1048-A fled the scene before Dr. Carver arrived, and have not been contained since the incident. Those sightings have both been reported on multiple occasions. Shortly after the incident occurred, a researcher was discovered missing an ear. According to him, it was removed through unknown means while he was sleeping. No other victims of ear removal were found, so it's unclear if SCP-1048 obtained more ears from another source, or if it is capable of duplicating objects or materials. Jesus. Well, hopefully that thing's not hard of hearing. SCP-1048-B. Subject was discovered by several Foundation staff members in the cafeteria of Site-24 on date expunged. Subject's appearance was nearly identical to SCP-1048, but it moved in an irregular, jerky manner. Witnesses reported that it appeared as if something was moving inside of SCP-1048-B. Subject made no attempt to interact initially until a burst in its seams revealed what appeared to be the hand and arm of a human infant poking out and grasping at the air. At the sight of this, a female researcher named Data Expunged screamed, and SCP-1048 reacted by emitting a high-pitched cry similar to that of a human infant. The subject then attempted to data expunge the screaming researcher, causing massive internal damage. In the ensuing chaos, a security team was forced to redacted both the researcher and SCP-1048-B. Approximately 3 hours after this incident, Dr. Redacted was found unconscious and bleeding in her office. An abortion had been performed on her while she was sleeping, and the 8-month-old fetus was never found. It is hypothesized that SCP-1048 used Dr. Redacted's unborn child to create SCP-1048-B. Information regarding the possible origin of SCP-1048-B is not to be leaked to the survivors currently undergoing therapy for the incident. SCP-1048-B, as Dr. Carver believes it would be extremely detrimental to their recovery. Jesus. To this day, that one still haunts me. Yeah, that one's rough, and there's still one more of these bears roaming around. It's bad. This bear's bad news. It's bad news bears, I'm just saying. Our next one is probably the most violent. Be prepared, albeit the last one was probably the one that was going to be the darkest. SCP 1048 C. Subject resembles a teddy bear similar to SCP 1048, but composed entirely of rusted metal scraps. Subject was first sighted on date expunged by Dr. Carver in his office while writing up a report on SCP 1048 B incident. Subject fled the room when it noticed Dr. Carver observing it. In the attempted pursuit of SCP 1048 C, Dr. Carver witnessed the death and maiming of redacted Foundation personnel as the subject exhibited extreme violence during its escape. SCP 1048 C has not been encountered since its initial sighting, and it is unknown whether it still resides somewhere within Site 24. The origin of any materials possibly used to construct SCP 1048 C by SCP 1048 are also unknown at this time. There's a log that floats around about this one, that this one, upon trying to escape through itself, literally through security personnel to get away. It could move so fast and it's so sharp that upon jumping through the air, it was like a cannonball went through this human before they collapsed. It is horrifying. So reminded of the equation SCP, where the solution is a female grizzly bear, but rather than representing said bear as a notation, it straight up spawns a bear. That sounds horrifying, but that sounds also hilarious. There is an addendum to 1048-1. SCP-2295 is similar, but nearly antithetical in function to SCP-1048. Attempts to establish a common origin are ongoing. Extreme caution is to be taken if SCP-1048-A or 1048-C are encountered again, as well as any other bear-like anomalous property that shows up in Site 24. I cannot stress this enough. The damn thing jumped right through those poor people, Dr. Carver. Now, I feel like after going through this teddy bear, I feel like we need to also add in an additional one. We're going to add in one more. We're going to add an additional one here. One that wasn't on the list, but I think will be very, very fun. And one that I feel like everybody needs. Hardcore after that last one. We're going to talk about SCP-2295. The polar opposite. Ha. Polar bear opposite. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. The human's rubbing off on me. We're going to talk about SCP-2295. So instead of having 6, you're actually getting 7 SCPs today. But I felt like this could be a good one to talk about, as well as kind of a palate cleanser after hearing about the chaos that we just got to see. Let's see. We'll bring him up shortly on the screen. He is too big. Too too big. Shrink them down, shrink them down, shrink them down. This little darling is SCP-2295. Thank you very much for that $2 donation. I'm sorry that my alerts aren't up today, but I really appreciate that. That'll go towards buying me some tuna. I really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in the chat real quick before we go through this? Especially considering what we're about to talk about. I thought everyone could use the good bear. I thought everyone would enjoy hearing about the good bear today. Especially after what we just went through with the not-so-good bear. But thank you very much. I hella appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, Lunar, but I really appreciate it. That's honestly the entire reasoning why we're doing this today. The increased production quality, the stories, all this new stuff today. This is what I do for a living. For people that are new to me and people that don't know me, I am physically disabled. So I do this for a living. It's one of the only things I can really do for a living. I have a very strong community behind me, whom of which has shown me a lot of love and a lot of appreciation. A lot of appreciation a lot of times I feel like I don't deserve. And have kept my lights on, and kept this whole channel running it the way that it is. I try to give back in any way that I can. I try to give y'all new games or new stuff to play or new things to see. But I wanted to do something special. I know that my community here loves SCPs. I know that everybody here kind of enjoys me, Ashford, the fluffy and adorable cat. And I know that people have a lot of fun with this kind of stuff. So I wanted to show you guys my appreciation by bringing you content in the best quality that I could, which I'm sorry, I know there's still things I need to work out, and I will be making that work out. I'll be making it fixed up. I will make better things for you guys. But it's because of donations like that, and because of all the love and support that you have given us throughout these many years, that I can do this. It is because of you guys that I am still here, and that I'm still functioning, and that I'm able to survive. So I want to give you the absolute best that I can. That's why this is just a taste of what's to come. So thank you. This is all my way of trying to say thank you. And to give you so much more in the future. I really appreciate it. Y'all have done so damn much for me. So thank you very much. Sorry to get all mushy and everything. We have a soft teddy bear to talk about here. We have a good teddy bear to talk about if we're talking about the bad one. And hello, Soul Reaper. How are you? I hope you're well. I had to for the polar bear pun. Well, I really appreciate it. It's peeps like you that help keep the lights on, so I hella appreciate it. You didn't have to, but I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Like, you don't understand. Because as I said, it's because of stuff like this that we literally get to do what we do now. It's because of guys like you, guys, girls, peeps, everybody in between. It's because of y'all. So thank you. And I want to give y'all so much more of this. As long as this is what y'all want, mind you. You know, I should probably make a poll about that. one sec here. TP typey. TP typey. TP typey. Here we go. Hello, Agent Cats. Ah, fellow feline friend, how are you? Gotta get this box clean. Sorry, give me a second. He is an excellent typer. You gotta use... I have toe beans. Toe beans are fine. You just gotta know how to set the toe beans down. Oh, the TP types. One sec. Here we have a question for you. If you guys like SCPs, if you want more of them, what do you like more? Scary, funny, heartwarming, or mysterious? Okay, there are 3 bad teddy bears, all made by one teddy bear. But then there's another teddy bear that's not bad. This is literally like the anti-evil teddy bear. This one is SCP-2295. And hello, Kelly. How are you? I hope that you are having a good day. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, Agent Cats. Let's see. SCP-2295. Object Class. Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2295 is to be kept in a standard containment locker within Storage Wing 25 in Site 37. Personnel with Level 3 or higher security clearance are authorized to perform tests on SCP-2295 after filling out appropriate paperwork. Please contact Dr. Gurgis if required. Access to SCP-2295 is expected to exceed 24 hours. Description: SCP-2295 is a patchwork stuffed bear, approximately 0.46 meters from head to foot, and stuffed with synthetic fiber and cotton. SCP-2295 has a small, anatomically correct pin of a heart on the left side of his thorax. Ah, it happens, Agent Cats. No worries. And a bow wrapped around its neck. The fabric and color of SCP-2295's patches vary. Tests confirm that no components of SCP-2295 contain any anomalous chemical properties. What is... Give me a second. I gotta fix the thing. You want to see some controls pop up for a minute. It's going to be interesting. There we go. It was blinking too damn much. I had to get them eye drops in. Tests confirm that no components of SCP-2295 contain Ashford, what are you doing? Contain any anomalous chemical properties. SCP-2295 enters an active state when within 2 meters of a human sustaining major trauma to an organ. When in proximity of 2 or more possible subjects, SCP-2295 will invariably choose the youngest subject. SCP-2295 will anomalously produce scissors, white thread, and either sewing needles or a crocheting hook from its mouth, and use any fabric stuffing in close proximity to fashion an instance of SCP-2295-1, a patchwork imitation of the subject's organ. SCP-2295-1 vanishes from sight and the subject falls into a state of unconsciousness. SCP-2295-1 instances then replace the subject's damaged organ via anomalous means, and whereabouts of the organs replaced this way are undetermined. Have a good night, Minty. I hope you have pleasant nightmares, my friend. Let's go for a bit. Ashford lets you know I'll be up all night, so just message when they can. Will do, Blake. Thank you very much for the info. I will get a hold of you promptly. Huh. Bird is losing his mind. If there is no usable material in close proximity, SCP-2295 will use fabric and stuffing from itself. SCP-2295 regenerates 1 gram of stuffing every day until completely replacing any lost or used stuffing. Note that fabric used this way does not regenerate, and additional fabric must be placed near SCP-2295 for the purpose of self-mending. Take care, Minty Pump. Honestly, I am the same on that Lunar. I like all different types. I do lean more towards the mysterious or the scary, but I do like all types, and will happily read all types. Instances of SCP-2295-1 successfully carry out their respective functions despite numerous expected biological, chemical, and medical incompatibilities. Once within the subject, adjacent tissues and veins attach to the imitated organ without observable complications. There have been no cases of rejected SCP-2295-1 instances, and all subjects recorded at the time of writing made full recoveries. Test log 2295. Testing approved to test limitations of SCP-2295. Materials provided within testing chamber. Test log. Subject D2353, 38 years old. Lungs heavily damaged as a result of 25 years of smoking. Notes. SCP-2295 creates SCP-2295-1 using 1 black textile swatch and 1 red textile swatch. New lungs act at a capacity similar to those of healthy adult lungs. Test 2. Subject D3452, 50 years old. Diagnosis: frequent heart palpitations and severe atherosclerosis. Excuse me, I swear I can read. Notes: SCP-2295 crochets SCP-2295-1 using various surrounding yarns. SCP-2295-1 observed to have a heartbeat before vanishing. Transfer successful. how SCP-2295-1 manages to perform function despite absorbent properties of material and multiple gaps in design is unknown. Symptoms no longer present in subject. Have a good night, Agent Katz. Pleasant nightmares to you. Third test. Subject D7894, 24 years old. Diagnosis: first and second degree burns ranging throughout upper torso, left lateral, and right leg. D7894 sedated during testing. Notes: SCP-2295 shows two 5 meter by 5 meter sections of patchwork fabric. SCP-2295 cuts approximately sized swatches and manually places one layer onto the subject's affected areas, creating multiple instances of SCP-2295-1, and then repeats this process. The created SCP-2295-1 layers act as a dermis and epidermis, and upon recovery, D7894 claims to have retained feeling and replaced skin. Subject makes a full recovery. Oh, why, hello there, everyone. Welcome, Papa Agron and Peeps. Hello, King Joko Loco. Hello, Light Gazer. Hello, Papa Agron themselves. How are you today? Welcome, Raiders. We're having a day where we're talking about SCPs. I am Ashford. Zombies is currently taking the night off as I read tales to peeps here on stream. What were you playing today, Agron? What game did you regale with all of your lovely peeps? And how do you do? To all of the lovely zombies here who don't possibly know Papa Agron for one reason or another, well, you're doing yourself a grand disservice. You should definitely go show them some love. They play tons of different types of games, such as Pokemon and several Nintendo titles. They play a lot of Pokemon titles, a lot of Nintendo titles. They play a lot of fan games. They've done Pokemon Showdown. They also run a podcast called The Shit Show. And they are a fantastic friend around here. They're a nice guy, they're a chill guy, they're a relaxed guy. It's just like going and sitting on a friend's couch and just hanging out, drinking a couple beers and playing a couple games, as Zombie would put it. Rockin' Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Zombies has been playing that as well. It's a phenomenal game. We've seen some crazy chaotic stuff in it. Why yes, King Joko Loco. It is happening. And I will see you in your dreams later. Or I won't. I don't know. I'm kind of a lazy cat. Not gonna lie. But hi! We're telling SCP stories. And I guess I must do the YouTuber thing. I guess we gotta do the YouTuber thing. Okay, so wait, here it goes. Right screen. Why, hello there. I am Ashford. I'm a talking cat, and I'm sitting here and I'm chilling on Zombies Go Nom's channel for the evening. On this channel, the things you can expect are zombies usually playing horror games, Nintendo titles, occasionally Monster Hunter, but mostly Splatoon and horror games. But a little bit of everything's played here from time to time. I know this week they're going to be finishing Star Wars, The Fallen Order, and we'll eventually be playing Survivor very shortly after. Whenever you see me here, I'll be reading tales of SCP projects, as well as we'll be making video content based around a very special type of SCP project really soon. But we do a little bit of everything here. We have a little bit of fun. You have both a human and a cat that like to hang out, and that's about it. Yes, it is a cat. Hello, it's Orange Steve. How are you? I hope you're both Orange and Steve. Love the vibe tonight. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you all are having one fun. I know it's kind of a weird one for people to show up. A cat that cares for birds. I do care for birds. They bring me lots of information. But yes, so, hello. I do know for everybody coming in, this is probably a weird raid. This isn't what you're normally here for, but we're having fun tonight. This is kind of me giving back to peeps tonight. I unveiled something completely new. I unveiled a new way of streaming all my content now. Well, I don't eat birds. Nor does Zombies Cat Tifa eat birds. Zombies Cat Tifa lets the birds just chill on them. But we decided to unveil a new style of content because we wanted to give thanks to the community here today. We wanted to show some love to everybody that was here today. And to everybody who's helped us along the way. So we rebuilt the entire stream from scratch, doing all sorts of insane things, such as a new starting screen. I am really proud of this. I made it myself. Look at it, it's so fancy. And we have our chatty screen. We have our what are we covering tonight screen. And then we have our in-depth information about what we're covering tonight screen. I'm very proud of all of this. I know that most of y'all will probably think this is kind of weird and silly, but like I'm very, very happy with how this looks. The only thing that's out of place is this teddy bear thing here, but we need it here for the story we're telling right now. Oh yes, Steve. The toaster. I bet you could also do this too, Aderan. You could easily do all this. I mean, this only took me like 2 days. This wasn't super difficult to put together. The idea took longer than the putting together part. But yeah, it's just a lot of fun. And then get with me sometime. I can show you how to do all of this. It doesn't matter what level of computer knowledge you have. I can teach anybody to do this. I've taught many people to do these kinds of crazy things. It's really fun. And it's easy. It's actually I make this look far complicated, far more complicated than it is. This is actually very easy. It's very easy. I promise. I'll show you sometime. You'll be excited. I guarantee it. You'll be able to do all sorts of great stuff. That's another reason why I'm making this, actually, is I'm making this to show to people that you can have such grand production, but at the same time, or it's grand production to me. This is grand to me. It's probably not grand to a lot of you, but it's grand to me. You can have grand production value. You can make fantastic, pretty things, but do so very easily. I am using this as a project to not only give back to my community of viewers, but to also give back to my community of content creators, of fellow content creators. I want to show that anybody can do this, that anybody can do this kind of thing. Because a lot of people make it look hard. A lot of people make it look exceedingly hard. I'm going to be showing everybody that you can have some of the grandest production values in all the world, and it barely costs you a dime. Most people won't cost anything because they have access to finding it on the internet anyway, just finding the right properties and things to add. It may cost you a good art program if you're like me and you want to modify stuff. And that's about it. It's not hard. Even then, there's not a lot of modification in art programs you have to do, unless you're like me and want a very specific look. You can find these resources and how to do this fairly easily, and it's just plug and play by the end of it all. You just got to know what order to put it in. I don't mess with VTubing, but I'm all here for it. I like being this cat. I just always liked this cat. People like Aderan will probably know this, as well as most of my personal chat would know this, but Well, for one, I have autism. And I have some kind of nervous tick that we can't fully place what causes it. It's baffled doctors for a long time. But when I get either too excited or too stressed, or basically when I hit an emotional pitch, I occasionally meow. We don't know why. We don't get why. And I absolutely hate it because it makes me look like I've lost my damn mind in front of many, 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 many people. And it's not something I'm happy with. But when I am this cat, I don't have to worry about that because I'm a fucking cat. I'm supposed to do that anyway. Here, because I have a deep voice and I'm good at telling scary stories. So you'll see me, not as a cat, very soon. That sounds awesome. Start shutting down, not knowing how to respond. For me, it always winds up being like these. Like, all these odd noises, because I make odd noises. It's not just meowing. It's whatever noise I hear a lot. I have a cat that constantly meows, so that's what I hear the most. And that's why that sound comes out all the time. If I'm around the birds more than the cats, then I occasionally start whistling and other things that happen. Or if I hear like clicking noises all the time, I start clicking. It just depends. But the cat's what I hear the most. But anyway, back to our tale. We're talking about this teddy bear right here. A teddy bear that has the ability to fix people with patchwork. It's kind of weird, but we love him. After we just got done with this really scary one that kills people. So we had to go with a good guy teddy bear. The last experiment with this one was subject D Class 2723, 18 years of age, has cerebral hemorrhaging. SCP-2295 grasps various materials in the proximity in a distressed state for approximately 1 minute. SCP-2295 then anomalously produces a redacted Dove milk chocolate king-size candy bar and offers it to the subject. SCP-2295 spends the rest of the test embracing the subject's lower right leg while anomalously producing saline solution from its eyes. This was one that didn't survive. This was the one it couldn't save. The bear is quite the miracle worker, but it sadly can't fix everything. The damage was far too vast. So it just did everything it could to comfort them in its last moments. Addendum 2295, Document 2295, was recovered, taped to SCP-2295 inside the site of a crashed mail delivery vehicle. Document 2295 is a red Get Well card with the text Kairos the Bear written on the front cover. Contents of Document 2295. To Tommy, because only time can mend all wounds. Love, Grammy. Apparently the bear isn't as strong as SCP-50. No, it's not quite. It's not quite as strong as the Panacea. So there are teddy bears for the night. I thought y'all needed to hear a nice one after hearing the atrocities of the bear currently on screen. SCP-2295 is one of the most wholesome goods that could ever do good. And one I think everyone should read at least once. So, before we hop into our next tale, which will be, oh my god, I just had a realization. We've gotten a raid. Okay, so I want to give a quick recap real fast. I got to give a quick recap real fast. We just got a raid. We have a lot of new peeps here that have I'm not sure if they know what SCP is or not. So a couple things we have to go through and explain. Things we've cut. What is an SCP? It is a SCP. The SCP Foundation stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, and their entire objective is to contain objects with anomalous properties. These anomalous properties can be and or do anything, such as SCP-426, a toaster that whenever you are around it in its vicinity, or have seen it, or have acknowledged that it's a toaster and you are human, will start referring to yourself as a toaster. You cannot refer to this object as anything but yourself. You will always be the toaster. Hang out with it for too long and you will eventually try to do what toasters do, such as toasting bread, plugging yourself up to electrical outlets, among other horrific things that'll probably most likely result in your death. We have SCP-239, which is a very sad story of the witch child, a child of which all they have to do is imagine anything they want and it happens. Because of their destructive abilities, they are in a permanent state of just being comatose. They're not allowed to ever come out of the coma or be awoken to deal with anything, because if they do, they could cause world-ending catastrophic events. Have a good night, dude of dude. Take care. Have some nip, you weren't. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. SCP-939, which are demon dogs, basically, but not really demons, formed from originally starting off as small, actual human children that turn into horrific canine-like monstrosities that lure their victims in by mimicking their voices. Or by mimicking the voices of other victims that they have encountered. They are fast, they're mean, they're strong, and they're spooky. Then we have SCP-1048, which is a sentient teddy bear that makes other teddy bears out of parts that it steals from people and or objects around it, including a human fetus, shreds of metal, and ears. It is a horrifying monstrosity. We're going to be getting into probably the silliest one of them all, though. SCP-297. I'm going to pretty much jump right into SCP-297. I have to here. I'm going to have so many regrets. I have so many new people here that are going to view me as the strangest person they have ever encountered now. I just be prepared for all of Papa Acheron's peeps, as well as anybody who doesn't know what an SCP is, because we're about to be talking about something that would normally get you in trouble on YouTube, which is why it's censored. What is SCP-297? Oh, you're about to find out. This is one of the greatest ways to introduce people to the SCP Foundation. This is one of the best things we can... One of the best things we could have ever gone through. Honestly, Lunar, you are right. It could be worse. SCP-297. We're going to go through SCP-297. God, why did I choose this one for the night? Why did I choose this one for the night? Why did I allow this to happen? Oh, boy. Like I said, for wholesome to wholesome. Oh, my God. Joel, you're grounded. Image redacted for SCP-297. Why? Because we can't get away with that here on YouTube, folks. Oh, I just said Joel's grounded. Joel is grounded. Joel is grounded now. Joel, you're grounded. Anth, you're no longer grounded. Joel's grounded. No, but Shaman can't. You're gonna miss one of the best parts, Toast, but good night. I hope you have a wonderful night and pleasant nightmares to you. But a quick content warning to everybody here. We're not family friendly. Item number SCP-297. Object class safe. Right. It's super safe. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's technically safe as long as it's contained. Special containment procedures for SCP-297. SCP-297 is to be kept in a standard lockbox at Site-19's high-value item storage facility. Standard positive action defenses, explosive, chemical, biological, and mimetic, are to be in place at all times, according to standard operating procedure. Personnel wishing to utilize SCP-297 for experimental or field purposes must fill out a Form 32 and submit it to the Head of Research and Containment. Description: SCP-297 is a transparent plastic vibrator approximately 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. Examination has determined that the internal structure has been heavily altered and that the standard 6-volt power supply has been converted into what appears to be a micronized nuclear reactor powered by a small quantity of plutonium. It should be Form 34. It should. It absolutely should. In addition to the standard power/intensity controls that would normally be found on a vibrator, these controls have been altered from the normal on-off switch with secondary intensity dial to a single 5-stage selector switch. The bottom 4 intensity levels, off, low, medium, high, appear to be within normal parameters for such a device, and can be used safely for such purposes if one desires. I don't think I would trust putting anything with plutonium anywhere near that region, but okay, you do you. You do you. Don't care how well it works. In addition, when turned to the highest intensity setting, labeled suicide, SCP-297's vibration frequency swiftly increases to upwards of 200,000 kilohertz. If the upper portion of the device is touched to any solid material, SCP-297 will change frequency to one that causes a positive harmonic feedback loop in the object, causing the object to lose cohesion within 60 seconds of continual contact. This invariably kills organisms that it is exposed to. Oh boy. Experimentation has determined that SCP-297 can disintegrate a 1 meter cube of concrete into powder within 10 seconds. The time required for other objects varies based on the density and harmonic properties of the material. Due to dissimilarities between the effects of SCP-297 and SCP-1012, investigation into whether both effects are variations of the same phenomena are ongoing. Addendum. Circumstances of retrieval. SCP-297 was retrieved from the third basement of the parking structure of a 30-story apartment building in Los Angeles, California, on date expunged. According to eyewitnesses, the device bored a vertical hole through the entire building's northwestern corner, starting from the 30th floor and proceeding floor by floor through the entire structure, until a maintenance worker neutralized the device by turning it off. All witnesses were detained and administered Class A amnestics, and the device was retrieved by Foundation personnel. A large quantity of organic slurry, later identified as a liquefied human body, was found on the 30th floor at the upper limit of the damage. Joel, oh, you're hurting me, Joel. Jesus Christ. So there you go. Yeah. So, there's a French phrase, little heaven. Meanwhile, SCP-297, nah fam, you get the full thing. Le petit death. Yeah, no, there's a reason why we could not show this today. My bad for coming in with bad energy. No need for such nonsense. Keep killing. I didn't think you came in with bad energy. I thought you were just actually curious. Also, get some love in the chat, peeps. I'm sorry we don't have our alerts up. I'm sorry we don't have our alerts up or everything, because this is new stuff, and the alerts would go weird with this, so I'm still working on building new emotes, but can we please... or new alerts, but can we please get some hearts in the chat? I really appreciate that. I didn't think there was a problem. I get that response a lot. I get a lot of people just wondering what the hell's going on when they show up to see the cat. I'm not always a cat, so when this happens, a lot of people ask questions. But I do thoroughly appreciate that, regardless. Thank you very much. Oh, we appreciate you here. Now, hopefully we see more of you here. Thank you very much for that, though. You didn't have to do that, but I hella appreciate that. Since you say you came in with bad energy, hopefully we can give you some good vibes. We can give you some good vibes. Our entire job here, whether it's me, the cat, or if it's somebody, if it's a zombie here, I've been here for years. See, I thought so. I thought I'd seen you before. I think I'm actually quite familiar with you, if I remember correctly. Because it was like years ago. Your icon's different. I do remember. Lord, it's been a long time. How did you hurt your finger, Destiny? What did you do? Your icon's very different. You already know exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say there are entire jobs to make people's days suck a little less. You've probably heard that a million times at this point. Lord, it's been a long time. Well, I'm glad you're well. And again, thank you. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I really appreciate that, though. Peeps. Okay, like, wait, okay, so I'm gonna do a thing that I'm not supposed to do. I'll break character. Peeps, hit the hearts! Thank you very much. Like, I'm sorry, I have to break character for a minute. I really appreciate it. You really didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate it. I had to break character for a minute. I was like, that's it. I gotta break character for just a moment. I gotta do the thing. I really appreciate it, man. You didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate it. We need more hearts in the chat. I know all of you can yeet hearts. There's plenty of hearts out. Yeet! SCP-297 can give you some good... Joe! Grounded! Joseph's gonna be perma-grounded. God dog. But no, I really appreciate that, King. Oh. Holy jeebus. Sorry, we had to stop for a second. I was like, no, we gotta shift some things around. We gotta do some stuff here. So I have no idea. The only thing is sometimes I move around the house fast and bump into a wall or chair. At the time, it doesn't hurt, but maybe pain delay. I've had that kind of thing happen before. I had that kind of thing happen. It was with something that shouldn't have happened with. I broke my arm once and didn't know I'd broken it for like a day. Because it only hurt when I did specific things, so I just didn't do those specific things. So yeah, that was the death dildo. Let's see. But yes, the death dildo. We have covered the death dildo on this channel. We can now officially say that we did. I hope I never, because I've been asked for it multiple times. May we never be asked for the death dildo ever again. I have tacos with Taco Bell Diablos. I mean, you're not wrong, Art. I've heard of fun so good that you fall apart, but this is taking it too much. The only one that has any, like, nods to politics on either side that we're going to cover eventually. I do plan on eventually covering the SCP with the Ronald Reagan tapes. But that's the only, like, most political things we don't discuss on this channel. I keep politics out of things. So that one won't be on here just because. We're giving him a hairball. So that one won't be a thing, Lunar. Okay. So we've officially covered it. Oh, so the spicy sauce that Taco Bell has is spicier than the fire sauce. I didn't know they had Diablo sauce. I'm just a sucker for the taste of the mild sauce. This usually like, God, I want Taco Bell right now. I would kill for some Taco Bell. Like, hardcore. Like, I would love that right now. As a cat, I should not have Taco Bell, but I do not care. I want it. I needs it. Ah. But yes. But we have one more big one to cover. Let's see, where did it go? It moved on me, apparently. One sec. Oh. Our next one is actually very, very important to future content. Our next one is SCP-591. Now, we're going to get into this, but I have some things to explain with this one. This one is going to lead into some fun stuff that's coming. Some very fun stuff that's coming. It became SCP-00055, whichever one that was. No. Also, new layout is just outstandingly phenomenal. Wait, Destiny, have you seen all the stuff? Wait. Have you seen all the stuff? Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm absolutely in love with the starting screen. I'm very excited that we put this together, and I'm like, oh my god! We have our info page. Yes, 591 is a game system. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get a lot of attention from other cats. And when Zombies is around, he gets attention from cats absentmindedly. So for our grand bit of information for everybody today. You're super tired, gonna call it a night, I think. Have a good one, everyone. Take care, Papa Agron. Can we get another link in the chat real quick for Papa Agron? Can we show Papa Agron some love real quick? Especially considering the weirdness that they came in on, can we please show them some love tonight? If you love Pokemon content of any shape or form, make sure you go show them some love. If you love just chilling with the guys and just hanging out, though, also go show them some love. It's one of the most chillax locations on the internet that you're going to get to sit and hang out in. Please go smack the buttons, go say hello, go say what's up, go do all the things, and have a good time over there. You won't be disappointed. And please get some good rest, my friend. So the big announcement for everybody. Thanks, I gave enough love. That is so fucked up, but it's so true. It's absolutely true. Okay. So, there is a new project happening on this channel. I finally know exactly where my video content is going, 100%. I'm already halfway through it, through the first video for it, and that's part of the reason why all this came to be, is so I could utilize it not only for my streaming, but I could also use it for the video content. For the most part, the live streams will be the same that you're used to. We will be sitting here playing video games of whatever we pretty much feel like playing, and having fun with them. Yay, team. Lots of fun to be had. But we're doing something extra special. One of my favorite things ever is to tell stories, and one of my other favorite things is SCPs. And one of my other favorite things is video games and nerd culture. So here's what's happening. SCP-591 has a special place in my heart right now. Because it is a video game related SCP. We are going to start making SCP-styled content around video game characters, cartoon characters, anime characters, and other things in nerd culture. We're going to essentially be making our own SCPs. Basically, making a what if scenario. What if Mario was an SCP? What if an Inkling was an SCP? How catastrophic would the world end if Kirby was an SCP? We're going to be turning a lot of characters and things into this. And parts of the reason for this, because I love these three things. And I know a lot of people in my community also love all three of these things. And the other reason is, as a content creator who's a live streamer, a lot of times you get told you have to play one specific thing. You have to do one specific thing. Doesn't matter what it is, you got to kind of pick something and stick with it. And that's the only way you can do anything. And I've never liked that rule at all. But I also acknowledge that that rule is very much a thing. So how can I do what I want while at the same time following that rule? And then it dawned on me. It was very simple. Create a way for me to do it. And the easiest way for me to do it was to turn all of these things that I love into a cohesive universal story. In comes the SCP Foundation. So we're going to be making what-if scenario SCPs. So I can still play for you the games that you love and the games that I want, while also making content that has sparked my creativity in ways that I never thought it could be sparked, and telling you stories, which I know you all love to hear. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so the internet was having itself a fit there for a minute. So, what do you guys think? Are you excited for this? Would you like to see more? Would you like to have more? I actually have some Marvel-themed ones that will be fun to do. Now, don't get me wrong. We will also still have SCP readings like this. I will do the occasional stream, and I will do the occasional bit of short content, as well as the occasional small video for normal SCPs. That will still be a thing that will also happen on top of the streams playing whatever we want to play. So these will still be things that will happen. And I hope you'll enjoy them regardless. Like, I don't want to change what we already have here. I don't want to change what you guys are already used to. But I want to give you more, and I want to make it better. And this was the easiest way to do that. So, this is what we're going with. I'm very excited. It is a new dawn. It is a new day. And it'll soon be a new life for me. Cookie to people who get the reference. But with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into our last SCP of the night. And then after we are finished with it, I want to talk to you guys a little bit more about the upcoming content. And see what you like. Come on, do the thing. Now, these also hold a very special place in my heart, not only is it an SCP that revolves around video games, but it also revolves around my favorite characters in all of SCP, Mr. Wondertainment. This is SCP-591. Item number, SCP-591. Object class, Euclid. Special containment procedures. Instances of SCP-591 are to be kept in a separate storage containment vault at least 500 meters away from any civilian population, essential civilian infrastructure, or other Foundation-controlled containment facilities. SCP-591 are to be activated only during approved testing by Level 3 staff. Test subjects affected by SCP-591 during testing are to remain in the area until SCP-591 has been turned off. Outside of testing SCP-591, it is to remain deactivated. Any new ZK class scenarios created by SCP-591 will need to have a closed concrete dome structure built to contain it. These areas will also be designated as Sector W, as basically Sector W. Sectors W1 through W5 that exist currently are to be monitored remotely and kept under clandestine 2-type status. Personnel or test subjects within Sector W are to remain there and be considered as lost collateral. Any devices suspected to be an instance of SCP-591 are to be confiscated immediately. Description: SCP-591 refers to a line of video game consoles originally developed as counterfeit of the Nintendo Entertainment System, aka the NES. SCP-591 is labeled as Pretendo in 1985 and manufactured in Southeast Asia. Official records indicate that the Pretendo brand was bought by another company, Dr. Wondertainment, supposedly to establish themselves in the growing video game market. Pretendo was then re-engineered as a standalone console system that was capable of playing both NES games and Dr. Wondertainment's own line of 8-bit video game titles, hereby referred to as SCP-591-number. Such SCP-591-number titles include but are not limited to Eskimo Mo. Genre: platformer. Release date: January 1986. SCP-591-03 Wapham. Genre: arcade shooter. Release date: January 1986. SCP-591-06 Dusky's Adventures in Steedland. Platformer genre. Release date: February 1986. SCP-591-11 You can do that on television. Survival horror. Release date: 1986. SCP-591-15 WLB Sports Deluxe. Genre: sports. Release date: May 1986. SCP-591-20 World War I Ace Trench Digger. Puzzle. July 1986. Why would you want to play a game about being a trench digger? Please, for the love of God, don't misunderstand that as another word. SCP-591-29 Led Zeppelin Air Racers. Genre: music and racing. October 1986. Yeah, it basically sounds like it should be Dig Dug. What it sounds like is like it's like a lot of these sounds like they're based off of another game. Like Led Zeppelin Air Racer sounds like a popular racing game. WLB Sports would be essentially the World Athletes game. You can do that on television. Would be a play on you can't do that on television. Dusky's Adventures in Steedland. Sounds familiar, but I don't know what that would be based on. Wapham would be a play on the game Gotcha. Eskimo Mo, I'm not sure with. You have SCP 591 38 Super Kick Karate Fighting 1986, December. Then you have Super Kick Karate 2010 Fighting February 1987. Eskimo Joe. I'm not familiar with that game. Oh, just wait. We're getting into the good stuff with this. SCP 591 44 Final Kick Karate Ultimate Greatness. Pinball. March 1987. SCP 591 45 The Legend of Swordmaster. Fighting / Simulator. June 1987. SCP 591 46 Reading Rainbow Sit and Listen. Educational. September 1987. Eskimos probably ice climbers. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, like no, I get what you mean now with the naming there. Okay. Whenever SCP 591 number is inserted into SCP 591 and activated, it creates a minimized and isolated CK class reality restructuring scenario that resembles the game's intended content. Individuals inside these affected areas would usually assume the role of the game's main character / protagonist. This effect does not apply to a normal NES cartridge when a normal NES cartridge is inserted into SCP-591. Because of the degradation and age of SCP-591's electronic and computer components, the CK class reality restructuring scenarios have an increased chance of becoming isolated ZK class reality failure scenarios of varying areas of effect. Unlike the CK class scenarios, which revert after SCP-591 is deactivated, the ZK class scenarios remain permanently as a fixed location. These locations have been designated as Sector W1 through Sector W5. Oh, I do love me some Reading Rainbow. Boy, can't wait to play new Legend of Swordmaster game, right? We're going to play Legend of Swordmaster. My brain stopped. We're going to play Legend of Swordmaster. Tears of the Grotto. It's going to be more like Tears of the Pub. Each ZK class scenario is different with varying and seemingly random parameters, which include, but are not limited to, extreme gravitic fluctuations or absence thereof, time dilation, light speed significantly reduced or even halted, randomly placed cubic structures of varying elements in a solid state, including some actinoids, regardless of half-life. Ooh, that's horrifying. Absence of any kind of naturally occurring radiation, including cosmic background radiation. Areas that consist of a perfect vacuum. The creation of a nonlinear spatial anomalies or similar transfiguration applied to pre-existing structures and or redacted. Based on previous testing, a ZK class scenario being generated from a CK class scenario has steadily increased from a chance of 1% to 32% over the last 28 years in Foundation custody. Based on seized Wondertainment Company records, there are suspected to be a total of 243 consoles and roughly 1,300 game cartridges still unaccounted for, including an alleged Pocket Pretendo that may or may not exist as a prototype. To date, no mass unit recall for SCP-591 has been issued by Dr. Wondertainment. Level 3 access required. Access granted. Addendum 591-001. There have been a limited number of case reports involving some individuals physically surviving a Z-class scenario. These individuals recovered from the incidents are usually altered so drastically that they have little chance of survival outside of their respective Sector W number. Why, hello there, Jake. I hope you're well. There are also 2 reported cases of an individual leaving a ZK-class scenario physically unaltered, but continue to assume the role of the game's main character pre-incident. Because of the effects of SCP-591 during a Z-class scenario are largely unknown and are becoming exceedingly unpredictable and dangerous to research, all further playtesting of 591 and SCP-591-number is hereby suspended until further notice. A footnote. The Legend of Swordmaster actually comes with a sword controller. Interesting. Now I really want to play it. So yes, the game console from hell, basically. What's really funny is I actually know what this console design is based on, what this picture's based on for this, from like a jumping out of the the SCP role here. The console you see on screen is a variation of the Hyperkin systems, which are Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, so on and so forth. The reproduction consoles that are made to make it where you can play your old game cartridges without having to worry about damaging the system. The Hyperkin Retron systems. Yes, that's exactly it. I've actually owned a few of these in my past. Most notably, one that they made, which was the Hyperkin system that attached to your phone. It was built to make the bottom of your phone look like a Game Boy, like an original Game Boy. You can insert cartridges into the back of it and use it to play your actual Game Boy games on your phone. I really like that one a lot. I'll actually show y'all that one. I used to own this. It was called the Smart Boy, and it worked actually really well. I liked it a lot. And then my cat spilled soda on it. Not Ashford. Yeah, you attach this to your phone. It went into the bottom of it. You attach it to your phone, and it had a cartridge inserted in the back of it. Got to see the Retron 5 in action. We used it for testing cartridges at our local used game store. I've seen the Retron 5 as well, and I like the Retron 5. I still like the original hardware far better than any of these. I'd much rather use that. But in a pinch, they work really well. The only one that I don't really like is the Hyperkin Retro N Squared. It's meant for Game Boy Advance games and Game Boy games. It's a little cube, and it's not great on its audio quality. But this thing right here, this was great. Absolutely loved it. Ate this shit up. So doing well, just finished math project. Gotta get up early tomorrow to print it out. I hope it goes well for you. Good luck with that. But yeah. So that's what that is. And that's what this design is based on. This is based on the Hyperkin system of products. And it looks just like them. A lot of them even used to come in purple. There's still one that I want to this day. I don't have enough need for it because I don't own enough Super Nintendo cartridges. But I still to this day want it mega bad. I get laughed at for it a lot. Because I have not enough need for it, but I need it in my life some way, somehow. I want it. Let me move the image. Also, welcome back, King. And how you doing, Aaron? Yes. No, zombie was not tied up this time. We needed zombie active this time in case things went wrong. This is the Superboy. You put SNES cartridges in the top of it. And the cool thing about this is you can play it portably, or you can also play it on your television. So you can use this as a replacement Super Nintendo console, or you can use it as a portable SNES console. This has actually existed far longer than the Nintendo Switch. And I personally love this thing. I've gotten to play with one once, and I loved every minute of it. The reason why I have never bought one is purely because I own like 5 Super Nintendo games in total. So just not enough reason to go out of my way to buy it. But if I ever get more, this will probably be the way that I play them, aside from the Super Nintendo that I own. They're never perfect, but they're good for preserving playability for older systems. That I would agree. Especially with a lot of older systems just kind of like kaputs in themselves recently. But yes. So there we have it for today. This has been our romp down SCP lane for today. I've got some things to talk about for upcoming stuff. Some curiosities, some questions, some cool stuff I've been thinking on. We got that right here at the tail end, but I hope that you have enjoyed the actual SCP portion of this. I hope y'all had fun with this tonight. This was one that I was very excited to do for everybody. This has been a long time coming. I hope you like the new layout for it, the quality of it, and everything else. Like this has been one that's just I've needed this one to happen for a hot minute. And hello, Robotnik, how are you? See, Asher's back. We'll be sure to keep the SCP Foundation away from you this time, Ashford. But had a cold today and managed to do 1 hour streaming before my nose said no. Came to lurk while I get my rest. I get that. I hope you have a good lurk. Putting this together and making what we made of this has been some of the most fun I've had in a long time. Being struck by the inspiration to make this was something I needed. It hit unexpectedly. But I'm very happy for it that it hit. I hope you guys want more stuff like this, because this has been the most fun that I've had in a long time making something. I hope you enjoy the video content that's coming up with the different various video game and other style characters being turned into SCPs. I hope you enjoy just more regular SCP content as well, because I do plan on giving y'all a chunk of that as well, just because it's fun, like this. This update is going to wind up leading into this update, this production update, is going to lead into other streams as well. So okay, I'm going to do the thing that I don't like. I say I don't do, but I actually do it all the time. I do this all the time. So I'm going to do the thing that I always do, but like I really just I want to know. I'm going to make a poll for everybody who wants to lurk and not talk about it. But like I want to know. I need the info. I need the feedback. I need the feedback. I need the info. So we're going to post it here. Go ahead and end that poll. Let's see. Let's do this. There we go. I'm going to ask a serious question to my peeps. What do you think of everything? What do you think of this? What do you think of how this turned out? This layout, all the stuff for it. What do you think? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Was it meh? Oh yeah, we've got tons of details with them. Like I can look and just when you look something nasty, you can straight up make the face. I can yawn. Have little toe tappies, so it looks like I'm typing. Have a short lick. Sorry. We have a deep yawn. And we have kind of done with it. So we have many things that Ashford can do. Lots of things. Lots of cool things. And if y'all like this, just imagine this. I was working on this today and I had something come up in the middle of getting everything finished. And like, there's other stuff that's not on here yet. This isn't done, even for the SCP one. And these solo updates are also coming to the other streams as well. So like, this isn't finished. Not by a long shot. There's a lot more to this that I'm very excited to give you guys. This, what I literally said, this was just a taste. You can ask Joel, because Joel was working with me on it and listening to me scream randomly. There's a lot more coming to this. There's a lot more changes. A lot more upgrades. I'm going to be doing my damnedest to make sure that y'all have the absolute best content that I can give you. That's the objective here. I want to make the prettiest stuff, the best stuff, the awesome stuff, all the stuff. We've been working on a lot of stuff here, guys. And this was my way of giving back to y'all. So I hope you've enjoyed this. Tonight has been a good night. I enjoyed this, guys. I enjoyed this a lot. And I also thank you guys for being here with me tonight. There's going to be a big update probably this weekend. Something that like has to be told to everybody and let everybody know. But there's going to be a big update. There's going to be a lot of change. I am going to say, I'm going to go ahead and warn everybody in advance, there's going to be some good and some bad. Because there's also some life changes on my end that are happening. And I'm going to go through with it. So I got to go ahead and warn about that. I will probably be announcing that sometime this weekend, just to let everybody know, just so everybody can be prepared. So there's going to be some life-altered changes on my end, as well as all the upgrades and everything that's coming through the channel. Like everything that's coming through here, everything's getting fixed up and done up, all that good jazz. And thank you, King. But there's going to be some massive changes. And it's going to sound like a whirlwind of stuff's happening. Because it kind of is. But it's going to be a thing. So for the rest of this week, what's planned? Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow is going to be Star Wars Fallen Order, and depending on if we beat it tomorrow will depend on what we play on Friday. If we don't beat it, we're going to play it both tomorrow and Friday, and then Saturday we're going to play Splatoon. Aside from that, other games that are going to be getting played is eventually going to play Star Wars Survivor. Yeah, if Z beats it tomorrow. Sorry, I'm kind of like out of cap mode at this moment. Eventually we'll be adding in Star Wars Survivor, and eventually we're also going to do Resident Evil 4. I've just got to get those two games first. Once I get them, we'll play through them. What's up, Prinzesto the Great? How are you? Welcome. Next week will be the return of Pokemon, as well as we should have most of the channel updates fully running by then, hopefully. How fast that's happening will kind of be dictated by what I tell you guys this weekend. And we'll go from there. But I honestly think that's about it. I think that's about what I've got for you guys. I've got some new SCP content coming. I've got new games coming to streams. I've got new stuff just in general happening. It's going to be a hell of a show. It's going to be a hell of a ride. But I hope you're excited for it. And I hope that you're here for it. A lot of you peeps always tell me that y'all need me here and that y'all are happy that I'm here. But you guys don't understand exactly how much I need you guys right now. And how much I appreciate y'all being here. And also, hello, Aderan. Sorry I didn't properly say hello. You fell asleep? No! You missed some really crazy stuff. But I hope you got a good nap. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it, though, for the night. It's midnight. We read some good stories. We had some good fun. I've got a lot more that I've got to plan up for this week and the weeks to come. I don't really know how to end this tonight. It's been a weird day. But I really, really appreciate you guys being here with me today. I really, really do. I guess, with all that being said, this has been Ashford. Along with Zombies Go Nom, your coffee-fueled gingerbread undead. And this has been a wonderful night filled with tales of SCPs. Remember to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and as always, pleasant nightmares. I will see all of you lovely peeps again tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, everybody.